he's growing coffee. But for the rest, he's growing coffee to pay his school fees for the child who's in a certain school down there. I mean, he doesn't know that he could add a value to this coffee so that it could be of higher value. For example, if I harvest my coffee, I pulp it. Okay, like I process it and remove that whole skin, then I remain with the coffee cherry or the coffee bean. I've added value to my coffee, and if I'm selling it, it's going to be of a much more it's going to be much more expensive compared to when I sell it when there is a cherry or a skin on that coffee. So the buyer who's buying this coffee will give me less money.
Yeah, true.
So how do we help these farmers to add value on their coffees? Because it all starts with farmers.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, as we've said, when you look at the value chain, you're going to realize the farmer that is doing more of the donkey work and whatsoever, the hard work, is gaining pennies. Yet you're going to find the middleman, and yet the consumers are earning, you know, way too much profits from the coffee. First, how are you going to do? Yes, the government under UCDA, they're trying so much to labor, and they're telling the locals, you know what, for you to earn more on your coffee, you're supposed to add value in it. If the green beans are being sold at 5,000, but then if you take an extra mile and you remove the pulp from the green beans, you're going to add, you know what, value to your coffee, and you're going to receive more money from that. So basically it is all about preaching the knowledge. The farmer needs to know what to do and how to maximize their profits, because at the end of the day you are doing a lot of the work, but then it's someone else from a different chain that is earning more than you, the farmer. Yet we cannot live this world. We all know that for the economy you need a farmer, because if it wasn't for a farmer, then coffee would not have any sense.
Do you think farmers are really valued? Like they're not given what they're worth to be given?
Yeah, that is also another issue. But then, like so many companies, for instance, Bird's Nest Coffee, what we do is we pay premium to farmers. With that, when I go to your farm and probably I buy your coffee at some good price, and I realize it's very good coffee, the next time when I'm coming to buy your coffee, I'll add in a certain amount of money. This amount of money is a sign of appreciation that, you know what, thank you for the work well done, and this motivates the farmer as well to keep quality and maintain quality in their coffee. So I believe that is the way forward, and the farmers have to fight hard to eliminate certain actors in the chain, because now if you're a farmer and you're dealing directly to let me say the consumer, there you're likely to get more money. But then when there's so many actors in the chain, you're likely to lose out on the money.
Okay. So just briefly, how do you get your coffee, like to this process right here?
Yeah.
How briefly?
Yeah. How? So to this process, I first commend my farmers in the Kapchora, Elgon region for the work well done. They're very dedicated for this. They make sure they maintain the good farming practices so that you get the quality of the coffee beans. Quality starts with the farmer. Quality starts with the farmer. So with my farmers, we get this coffee, I buy it at a premium, very good coffee, I take it to the lab, we sample it. So what I basically try to do is I'm trying to eliminate the money I would have given to a middleman. I'm then doing what? I'm re-emitting it to the what? To the farmer. I think that is the way forward. So when I get this coffee, we do roast it, which is adding value. I'm adding value to it, meaning I want to get more profits from the coffee. So when I add value, I again repackage it, which is also another format of value addition. Then when it's done to that, we do what they call cupping. Cupping, we are basically analyzing the coffee if it's beautiful, it is ready for consumption. Then basically it goes out to the market, to the consumers.
Okay, let me take a break and consume my cup of coffee, and we shall be right back. It's a short commercial break. We shall be right back. Welcome back from that short commercial break. This is Amon Mukisa, still on the coffee break. I would like to thank those who are watching us live on Facebook. Alfred Log, thank you for watching the show. Cody C. Lawrence, the CEO and ED and Real Coffee, thank you for watching the show. And then Edward Ochong, you're watching the show, and Okui Bedford Bunyungo Mai. And also Amos Wekesa, the tourism guru, is also watching the show, and Julius Rotlonio is also watching the show. Thank you guys for watching the show, still the coffee break. And if you're on Twitter, we shall be getting right over there and see if there is some conversation that's happening. But still on the coffee break, I still have Augustine still telling us more about how best can we increase the coffee consumption in Uganda. Augustine, before we went into the break, you're telling me about how you get your coffee to this stage. What's the meaning of the word organic? You told me your coffee is organic.
Yeah. So basically what we mean by organic, we're not saying that, you know, you should not use fertilizers and you should not use pesticides, because that is another way of, it is a good farming practice and how you're going to maximize yields. However, when you're going to apply all these, you know, the fertilizers and whatsoever, you are given ratios of application. Thank you so much to ECDA and the extension officers in different regions that have labored so much to train the farmers, because we know when you apply anything in excess, it becomes harmful. So basically, organic means from the farm to the cup, nothing has been added unto that is foreign. Basically, so what I mean is, when it reaches to the point for a consumer, nothing has been infused with the coffee. It retains its organic element. Nothing has been added onto it. So that's what we mean by organic. Okay,
speaking about UCDA, UCDA is Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and it's an arm under the government. Do you really think the government has done enough to ensure that coffee has been consumed a lot?
Yeah, a lot. I need to first commend UCDA, because we're seeing currently there's a gradual increase in the coffee production. Despite the fact that we've been affected by the COVID, the economy has been shrinking, but then we see now the bags of export are increasing from 5 to 7 million. So thank you so much. That means we are increasing in our GDP, and also revenue is coming in the country. So basically, yes, UCDA has done a lot. As we said, quality starts from the farm. So UCDA, which is mandated to oversee the development in the coffee industry, has labored so much. Creating awareness for the good farming practices in the garden. You know what? Actually, even the laws that are implementing right now, we're seeing the coffee bill that has come in right now to regulate, you know, coffee farmers and the rest, you know, relating to coffee. So I think it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing UCDA is doing, and it is also certifying. For you to get a seedling, you need to get a seedling from a certified farmer, which is good. So we are maintaining quality and so on.
Well, guys, time is not our best ally. So far, our time is fast spent. As much as we would love to continue with the show, because the conversation can never stop. Let's take this conversation on our Twitter handle, that's at House of Talent TV. And also, like, tag me, that's at Amon Mukisa. Use the hashtag the coffee break. And also continue the conversation on our Facebook page, that's at House of Talent TV Uganda, and we shall be able to have this conversation about coffee consumption in Uganda. I mean, people like Amos Wekesa, people like Kabushenga, coffee enthusiasts, they must be in this conversation to at least say that we have our coffee up there shooting in numbers with a high percentage. Well, Okrol, since our time is fast spent, what's your last word to the viewer watching out there, and what's your last word to the coffee consumer out there?
Yeah, basically, so what I'm saying is thank you so much for the opportunity. So this goes out to all the locals, the nationals, the Ugandans. So the best way we are going to maximize our profits and revenue is by promoting local coffee consumption, because we are seeing we are producing more but then receiving less revenue coming in from our coffee export, because we say 90% of our coffee is exported. So I believe the best way we're going to maximize our profits is by local consumption of coffee. We need to advocate for local consumption of coffee. So I'm telling you that is watching us right now, go to a supermarket or anywhere and get yourself a pack of coffee. When you get a pack of locally made Ugandan coffee, you are supporting the local farmer back there in the village and whatsoever. So that is the way to go. Thank you so much.
Well, that's Okiro Augustine, the CEO of Bird's Nest Coffee, and he's been here having a conversation about improving or diversifying coffee production and consumption in Uganda. On Twitter, before I go, I have here Gad Rogers saying that recently I had my cup of coffee and I had to join the 5% of Uganda. Perhaps, Gad, you're making it 6% of people who are consuming coffee in Uganda. Let's have this conversation on Twitter and see how best can we improve coffee consumption in Uganda. Otherwise, my name is Amanu Mukisa, and coming up right up is the basketball show on House of Talent TV. Let me see you next weekend.
You are inside me like an amplifier. With a ban, every fresh desire. Like the Holy Spirit with the holy fire. From glory to glory, He might take me higher. And serving you is my hearty desire. And then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and that me a plead. Holy gabi we are coming star.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima Yesu.
You need a blessing so that me can prosper. Me only daddy and me papa and me doctor. Water me get every time when me thirsty. Oh yes, you love me. Daily yes, you dey put food for me on the platter. And then your eyes watch over me. And then me heart full of praise and thanks that me offer. Ain't your light inside? I feel alive inside. I cannot deny. Na mumutima gwange.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima Yesu. Sinzaho nari kuba ndi iyo wowe Yesu utaza kuncubura nta nzira nabonaga imbere yanjye nta cyizere cy'ejo nari mfite hari umwijima wicura burindi imbere yanjye ariko Yesu waraje uramurikira uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima Yesu.
And serving you is my hearty desire. And then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and that me a plead. Holy gabi we are coming star.
was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven. My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Coming up on XXL Season 4, on the heavy hitter this week is engineer Andrew Sally Sentongo. The man who started as a driver in Makinde Division is now supplying power in the Lake Victoria Highlands in Kalangala. Andrew, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
In a nutshell, who is Andrew Sentongo?
Andrew Sentongo is a social entrepreneur. I started out my early career in 2006, straight out of university, where I started a small transport and tour business. So I ran this for 2 years, and I was going all over the country, mainly designing safari packages for tourists. I was also doing airport transfers for some of the hotels in Kampala. And it was a fun and interesting part of my life. So that's how my career actually started.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. You come out of Nkumba University,
Yes.
As a BBA graduate or student, and straight into driving.
Yes,
some people would think you were mad.
No, I wasn't mad. I was actually very clear with what I wanted to do, and I was very articulate about it. I knew that I didn't want to end up somewhere in a formal, structured employment, which is something I've always felt is not my calling. So I decided to figure out what I wanted to do with myself, of course, but around my skill sets and also my hobbies. So travel and also interfacing with people is one of my hobbies and also one of my skill sets. So I thought through, during my last semester, I thought through actually, starting up a safari or transport business. And from I got help from friends and family, and immediately after graduation, I managed to get it going.
Wow. And you were not ashamed that you becoming a driver?
No, I was not
with
ashamed.
Your degree?
No, not at all. I was not ashamed. I didn't look at it. I was driving, but I didn't look at myself as a driver. I looked at myself as a businessman. I looked at myself as a starter, as someone who is delivering a service to other people. And that service was driving, that service was guiding, that service was also designing holiday packages for tourists. So in the end I was driving, but I didn't really look at myself like that. And this is something very important for young people who are trying to get themselves started, not to have an attitude of demeaning menial jobs, but rather seeing value in them and seeing some sort of empowerment in them.
Okay, so you talk about going to university, getting the degree, and becoming a driver. And today somebody will think you're mad, because everybody who comes out of university wants to go straight away, sitting in big offices, putting on nice suits like me. I mean, what was the experience like coming out of university and buying a car and starting this?
It wasn't easy and straightforward, of course. I had to sit down, I had to articulate my idea, I had to sell my idea to people who financed it. Mm-hmm. I had to really be very articulate about it. So it was not straightforward, but at the same time, it allowed me to really have a depth of conviction that this is what I want to do. And once you show that and you stick to it, other people buy in. So I think that's the take from this, or that should be the take from this.
Your family didn't disown you for getting a degree and becoming a driver?
My family supported me very much, and they have always supported me very much. I'm the last boy out of an extended family of, I think we're 12 in total, and I'm the last boy. And surprisingly, I'm taken very seriously, despite having that position in the family.
Okay.
So they really supported my dreams. They really helped whoever had an idea, whoever had a resource, also the moral support to say, okay, this is what you want to do, fine. But it also comes from having a serious outlook and having conviction that this is what I'm going to do. And no matter what, I will take my chances.
Okay, so how did you end up qualifying yourself as a social entrepreneur?
That was an interesting turn and an interesting twist, because I actually ran that business for 2 years, and along the way I met all sorts of people. I made friends, I made international friends. That's the platform that business gave me. I met friends from Europe, I met friends from America, I met friends from wherever. So I ran into a Canadian family that was actually impressed with what I was doing. And
as a driver?
As a driver, yes. And this was, I used to work wee hours of the night. So I remember one particular question that I think compelled this family to foster my interests was that I was working late. I remember picking up people as late as 10 a.m. in the airport, from the airport, driving them to Kampala, seeing that they're checked in. Sometimes they want to have meals, sometimes they want to see a little bit of Kampala, and I was always there. So one particular night or evening, I remember a question of what time do you get off? And my answer was, I don't get off. I only get off once I'm told to get off. Otherwise, if I'm needed at 3, I will show up at 3.
So would you qualify your attitude as being that of a person who say, as long as there's work, I will?
Yes. And that has been key to advancing my career. And I think there are opportunities out there, but sometimes I think we fall short of presenting ourselves to harness those opportunities.
When you say we fall short of presenting ourselves, are you referred to as Ugandans? Or as...
I think it's general. I think it cuts across national lines. I think it's a general attitude in certain parts of the world. Other parts of the world, it's a bit more refined. But in this part of the world, especially young people, I think it's a bit of a more specific attitude that people are very structured. It could be as a result of our education system, it could be a result of upbringing, but sometimes it's good to have a little bit of flexibility and go the extra mile.
Okay. Let's talk about the meeting of this family and asking the question and you responding to the question. So how did that translate to you getting a scholarship from them to eventually moving out of this country to go and study?
Well, that's an interesting question. It was a routine airport pickup. I remember it was a KLM flight arriving at 9:15, and I had worked probably from 6 a.m. that day, doing airport shuttles back and forth, and I was tired. So I had hired a driver then, and I remember receiving the details to pick up this family around 5-6 p.m. from the hotel. And I remember questioning myself, should I give this to the driver, or should I take it on myself? And I said, well, let me just go on. It's the last one, I might as well just go and do it. So I went and picked them up, but we immediately clicked from the time I picked them up, and we had a very good 1-hour drive back to Kampala. We had conversation about where they are from, where I'm from, what I'm doing, and I had just graduated the year before, so that was quite impressive, I think, for Canadians to see that a university graduate is picking up people from the airport.
Yes, it was quite interesting. It is said that intellect will find opportunity, reason it and kill it, but instinct will find opportunity to use it.
Yes.
Would that be a typical case?
That's a typical case. And I remember from the onset, I think they liked the drive, the passion, and the diligence that was behind me, or that I put forth. So that compelled them to make me an offer, to say, and the offer was, hey, if you want to foster your education, advance your education, we can do that. If you want to expand your business.
Just like that?
Yeah, just like that. But it came out of growing a relationship over the 2 weeks they stayed in the country. And I think the key points were, I was always on time, I was always diligent, I never turned down anything, and I worked myself off the clock.
I hope you can hear that. I was always on time, I never turned down anything, and
I worked off the clock. I
worked off the clock. In other words, we say I worked this off, so I will not complete the statement, but you know what I mean. So Andrew, and then so, I mean, did you know you wanted to become an engineer in this field, or how did it come about? Were you ready for this opportunity?
No, that was the accidental part of my career. I knew that I've always believed in education. I think education gives an opportunity to empower and trigger someone's mindset. And I always wanted to have a European or Western education as part of my advanced studies. But not necessarily with a focus on academics. I like academics, but the content or the focus this time was, how can I learn from the West? How can I learn from the way of life? How can I learn from the systems? How can I learn from how these countries are organized, how these systems are organized, and what can I bring back home from that? So that was my main, I mean, I could have selected a local university to do my master's studies, but no. I wanted to have a Western experience.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you're a commercial value chain engineer.
Yes.
Straight out of Netherlands, as we say it.
Yes.
And of course, England.
Yes.
What was the experience like?
The experience was interesting in this kind of way. So upon receiving my scholarship and getting all the administrative issues done, I jumped on a plane in 2017, I remember, September. So 2007, okay. Sorry. So I arrived in the Netherlands, no family contact, no friends. So
first time out of Uganda?
First time out of Uganda.
First time in the plane?
Not really first time in the plane. I had flown before in my childhood, but I had never really gone out of Africa.
Okay.
So here I am in a non-English speaking country. I have nobody to receive me at the airport, and I have to find my way.
To the airport, to the university?
To the university.
Wow.
So, but it was a good lesson. It was uncomfortable, of course. I was nervous, but that was a good lesson to really trickle my independence, my intuition, and how do I connect with foreign people, which is actually very important. Eventually, I managed to find my way. I think it was a 1-hour journey that took me about 4 to 5 hours, because I had to figure out how the train systems work and which platform to go to.
On your own?
On my own. Which bus to jump on. Eventually, I arrived at school. And I remember it was around 1 p.m. And I was, for some administrative reason, I was 2 weeks late. It wasn't my fault, it was the school's fault. And I jumped straight into class that afternoon.
Wow.
Yes.
And that was it?
That was it. And I had to start from scratch in terms of building a network, making friends, making acquaintances. But it went very well. There were, of course, some discomforts living in a foreign culture, but there were many learning points, and there were very many good things, I think, that I came back with. And I like to say that it made me a better person. The combination of an exposure to the two, local and Western, I think made me a better person in the end.
Okay, hold it up there, Andrew. We're going for a break, and when we come back, Andrew will be telling us how he got his first $10,000 to become a $100 million investor in Uganda today.
To present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on HTV, House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. 2022, new year, new things, and hopefully this time around the league will resume and we won't have any more problems like we did the past 2 years. Well, in the studio with me today is a championship coach. He coached our Savior Basketball all the way to the finals and all the way to the championship. In the house with me today is Moses Okwera. He's one of the guys I've seen who really develops talent. You know, he takes players from zero and leads them to a place where they need to be. Moses, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you, Emma.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me. Slam dunk, man, it's hot. It's really good to be here, man.
Yeah, I like how you said it's hot. We'll actually start from there. When the league resumed, the NBL failed to resume last season, but the D-League, the first and the second division, decided that, you know, they should resume their games, and it actually happened. The ladies didn't have the same opportunity for their league to be resumed, but you guys went ahead and said, you know what, it doesn't matter what FUBA is saying, what NCS is saying, we're going to resume the league. What was the mentality behind you guys actually going forward with it, seeing that the NBL itself, being the top tier in the country, didn't resume? What was the thought process behind that?
Actually, we have to thank the lower league management, the LLMC. They did a great job because, first of all, they asked which teams were available. Because the rule was, if I had 7 or 8 or 9 teams, the league would resume. And actually, both Div 1 and Div 2 boys team put up the numbers. That's where it all started. So, and in NBL, they didn't, and the ladies, they didn't put up numbers. So that's where it started from. So Div 1 and Div 2 had numbers. So when they had numbers, they said, okay. They wrote to teams and said, all the teams that have confirmed, are you ready to play? They accepted. So that's where now lower league division had to resume because the players, the teams were available because they thought maybe since being lower teams and there's too much of COVID and, you know, tests and what, they think they'll pull out,
But I mean, what does that say about the NBL teams? Because considering we're supposed to look at in relation, the NBL here is like the NBA, you know, in America, and they're supposed to be the leaders in Ugandan basketball. Teams like the City Oilers, teams like KIU, JKL decided to pull out, and it was the same rule. If they had a certain number of teams, then the league would have continued. Okay, but these big teams pulling out, what does that say about the NBL? Is there some unseriousness that needs to be checked?
I think it was, man, COVID hit everyone hard. And if you look at most the teams you've mentioned, City OL, KIU, JKL, they kind of being professional or semi-professional. They had players on contracts and, you know, they have to pay them. And COVID, and most of these teams are owned by individuals. They don't have sponsors. Or maybe City Oil, they have sponsors. But you know, also business was slow. So financially, these teams were hit hard. It was really tough for them. And that's why they couldn't come back. The league couldn't be there. Even me myself, I couldn't believe we'd play. Because I realized COVID, you have to go for testing and all this. It's really expensive. Spending 50K on a player instead of giving that 50K to the player to enjoy it, you know. So it was it's financial because the player's not. COVID has been there. You have to play. You have to pay the player, and he's not on court. So most teams looked at it and was like, no, we don't have that money. It was financial. That one, I can't lie or what, it was a financial issue. So that was the issue.
So speaking about financial issues, most of the guys I've had on the show, okay, we always ask them this question, looking at FUBA as the entity that actually is responsible for basketball in the country. Over the past 2 years, of course, with the COVID and the lockdown, really basketball hasn't been happening, and, you know, finances going into testing and all these other things. Then you had the national team coming up and they needed finances for that also. The ladies ended up missing their qualifiers for basket. And it seems like financial issues have always been a problem for FUBA. whether it was during the lockdown or even before that. You know, people have always been complaining, you know, there's not enough finances in FUBA. So, according to you, do we have a financial problem in FUBA, or there's a certain underlying problem that we are not seeing that actually leads, you know, to this financial issue?
I think I will not say there's a financial issue in FUBA, because I don't know what takes place there. I think I'll talk about on the side of like managing a team or something. Most of these teams don't have sponsors, and you see when you have a league or when you have a team, there must be strategy for sponsorship to come in. And I was talking to, I think, one of I think a company. Our league was kind of like long, and there's no mileage and, you know, stuff like that. But since media houses have been coming in, because for a corporate company to invest, they must have value for money. They must have that mileage. So I think the marketing department of the federation had to do that, like to put the game out there. The game out there so that sponsors can come in. But without that, we can't really get finances. You also know that. So where does it start? Basketball must get a home. If we get a home, maybe like YMCA, the fans, then we do marketing. You guys are doing a great job of putting up basketball talk shows, because when we talk about this, and maybe there's a corporate companies are following in, we'll get brands coming in. Otherwise, this is going to be the problem. We have to market because the game is there. The referees have improved. The coaches are there. But we have to put in the game out there so that we can get sponsors.
So talking about that and sponsorship, it has always been a very big problem. It has always been a very big problem when it comes to teams actually marketing themselves, because we have before the MTN sponsored the league for some time. Then we had Airtel at a certain point. Then we had I think Tascalite sponsoring a couple of tournaments there. Then the playoffs. Playoffs. Then we had also the tournament that just concluded, the Power Basketball Tournament. Betway was there. You had Club that was there. And it seems like marketing has always been a very big issue when it comes to teams, because most of the teams I see don't even have a marketing department.
It's not there.
It's not there.
It's not there.
All right. So it's very hard for teams to market themselves. Okay. Now our savior, basketball, has been around not for that long. We can say it's a young team. Full of young players.
Since 2015.
Since 2015. That's about 6 or 7 years. All right. Now for a team like that and the teams in the D League, what can the LLMC do to make sure that it's not the management that is marketing the teams, but it's the team themselves that start to market themselves? Because if each team becomes a product, it then pushes into the whole of the division. So what are some of those things you think that the lower division teams should do to market themselves?
Of course, one of the things that you have to do is we have to utilize the media. Because if you have a team like our savior, you need to use the media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, open up a page. And then secondly, you must have those like live games, like what we've been doing, like games so that people can follow. Like our savior have been doing that, and that's how we even managed to get guys from New York watching the games, and they come and sponsor us. So as teams also, you must use these media platforms. Invite a few people to come for your practices, and you must have a home, things like that. Now for LMC, what they have actually done is they got a home. You know, for the league to grow, you must have a home.
That's true.
So LMC got Nakasero. So if you put Nakasero and, you know, They also got a sponsor who was streaming games live. There's one game they were streaming of our Savior. So when you get a home, then start putting games online. Trust me, people will come in, fans will come in. Now, secondly, after getting a home, of course, use the media. Come to like these talk shows we have and everything. Then coaches, clinics, because what makes the league good is the coaches and the referees. So if you have a home like where LMC had Nakasero, trust me, coaches will also up their game and referees. And trust me, the reason why LMC was a success or the lower division is a success is because as a management, they got a home, everything is there, was put in place. The coaches are trained. If you're not qualified, you don't sit on the bench. Then the referees, there were 3 referees on the floor. So at least LMC is somewhere. And now it's up to us now, the teams, we need to put in more effort. Like you've said, we need to, how do we market? How do we go in? Maybe hire a marketing or get into partnership. Or tell them, okay, this is our team, we'll do this so that they market. But otherwise, if we wait for maybe government or maybe FUBA or what, we're going to still stay the same. Like as teams themselves also have to, especially these medias, these YouTube's channels and what, they will help, and they do help a lot.
It's always amazing to me that if you go to YouTube and try to search for Ugandan team to get their clips, it's almost impossible.
It's possible. So where are we going to get the money from? Or where are we going to invite sponsorship from?
That's true.
These are the little things we need to go. Everything we have to, okay, yes, we are not yet so professional, but everything has to be run. Even as coaches, the way we run our practice session, because you might invite somebody and say, come at practice at 4 p.m. If he comes at 4 and he doesn't see players. So that's where everything starts from the players coming in, then the coaches, then we go to the game, the referee, the table officials, the whole packaging. Because right now, somebody who watched LMC, trust me, this other season, sponsors are going to come in. You've seen Livingstone, the juice.
Juice.
Yes, they're going to come in. Miracle. Like, teams are going to, Res Life, the team we played in the semis, the church, the whole church came there. It was, so these teams are taking, they're taking steps. So if you do that, as also LMC or FUBA or NBL, also try to chip in. Trust me, sponsorship will come. Like I heard NBL will be streamed on Star Times. Trust me, if that happens, I don't know how the deal will go, then corporate companies have to come. I'm telling you, if we really want to get up there, man, we have to find ways of bringing these corporate companies into basketball. Into basketball, and that will be good for the game.
I remember there's a time way back when the games were actually being streamed on DSTV. You know, you had cameras, and at that time I think the game really grew, you know, because it had a lot of wide coverage. But if you're watching us, this is House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. In the house, we have Moses Okwera, that he's the senior coach, you know, head coach of our Savior Basketball. And when we return back from the break, he will be telling us what goes into making a championship team, because right now it seems he's the man with all the answers. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. You're in the medical field, okay, and most of the people who are in the medical field, be it pharmacy, be it medicine itself, they always disappear. You know, they feel like there's no time. There's no time to do other things. So how do you balance, okay, you especially being in the medical field, okay, how do you balance that with basketball time?
Well, okay. So I know you know because you're my coach. You know that I'd taken the year off since COVID March because I had a lot. I have a crazy schedule. I study even on the weekends, and I just couldn't also show up for training. So many times I would show up late. Maybe I'm missing something at school to show up, or I'm doing something at school and missing training, and it was showing on the court. And I do not like to do things half-heartedly, so I decided to take a break until I can regather myself and be able to do both of them without losing any of them. But how I try to balance, people have always asked me this. Number one, it's grace of God. I wake up in the morning and I'm like, God, I need to go through this day and I need to do all these things. But it takes a lot of discipline. The things my friends are going to do, but I'll never do them because I don't have time to do it. So you have to have discipline, prioritize, know what you have to do at what time, have a timetable and follow it. No procrastination. I do not get to lay around and say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I either do it at that time or there's no other time to do it. So yeah, basically you just have to be committed, be consistent, try to make sure that you're showing up for each, and when you're there 100%. I know when I was training I would have only evening times. I'm the kind of person that never had extra time to train past high school, so every time I was on court I would give 100, whether my teammates were slacking down or not. When coach said sprint, I would sprint like my life depended on it, because it's either now or never. So try to give 100, and basically at the end of the day, I just trust God for all those things.
Welcome to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Atengi Emmanuel, and remember, you can always catch us live on our social media handles, HTV1 on our Twitter, or you can go over to our YouTube channel, that is at House of Talent Uganda live stream, or go down to our Facebook page at House of Talent Uganda. Make sure to watch the show, share it amongst the people you know who need to be watching this show. Take time to comment, let us know what you think about the show. If you have any questions for Coach Mose, who is in the house, let us also know about that. Before we went for a break, we're talking about what's happening in Ugandan basketball, how we can market the game, how we can actually improve the game. But I think before we go any further, most of us don't know exactly who Coach Mose is. We don't know who Coach Mose is and where he came from, where he started from. I know that he has played basketball for a while. He has been in a couple of teams. Very good point guard and a shooting guard during his time. But most of us do not know this. And we have an opportunity to basically get to know him more. Mose, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Emma.
I think I've known you for a very long time, since you were, younger. There are young kids right now who don't know who you are. They only know you as Coach Mose. They don't know that you're actually a player at a certain point. So just take us through your story of basketball, where you started and how you ended up to actually being a coach.
Thank you, Emma. I think basketball was, sharing. My story starts from sharing. I think I was in Form 1 when I returned from the boarding school, and I realized I put up a basketball court. And my friends, I remember one of them, Nico, is a musician. For them, they were in Chitante. Man, these guys were doing crazy stuff on the court. I'm like, no. And that time I used to play soccer. So I was getting to the gate, I saw a court, I was supposed to go to the pitch. Man, I'm like, no. So that's where I started from. I started playing basketball. Basketball was the last game I learned, actually, because sharing was taught very, very many games. So I started from sharing. Now these guys were played basketball here.
Mm.
They started teaching us, so I used to go in the morning, work out, evening like that. Then you go back to school, and the schools that we used to go to didn't have basketball courts. So you play on netball court and stuff like that. So it was until my Form 4 back then I said I realized, and Sharing had a team then in the league. So I think my first tournament that I played was Makerere Open and Eblink. Remember Abraham Lincoln? So those were the tournaments. And started playing basketball there. So in Form 6, I just joined the Sharing team and we played. And it was also in NBL. So that's why I started playing basketball, Sharing, until we had issues. The team was relegated, but again we won the championship at that time. I think in NBL it's when Falcons was playing Rhino that time, so we came back up. We beat Blue Jackets, I think. So we had issues with the Sharing youth and the priests, so we left. So that's the time I left. I went to KCC. KCC, I played there. KCC started from down, lower division. Played down, went to Division 1, then went to the NBL. We played NBL for 3 seasons as well. So played for KCCA for 5 years. There were also financial issues, and I can't lie about it. As the captain of the team, because we had everyone on paper. But I think it was a journey for those guys, man. So that's the time I played for Falcons in 2013. I think 2014, I think I'd come back. I played for Falcons together in 2014. Then 2015, that's when I left and went to Our Savior. Played for Our Savior like 1 or 2 seasons. Then, because I was a coach player still, then I think in 2018, assistant coach. Then 2019, I became the head coach of Our Savior. So that's pretty my journey. But as you're saying, I was a guard. I was playing 1, 2, 3 as
stretch player.
Stretch player, you know those players that man, jump on court, do this. And when we were in Falcons, something that didn't come into my playing career was defense. So I realized you have Steve Omon, you have Dula, you have Jeff Romondi. Man, you're not going to score. So I said, man, to get playing time, let me just
focus on defense.
If I was within Dukes, so Dukes was on a rebounding thing. That's how we got playing time. It wasn't all about scoring; it was defense, and they would tell you, "Hey, you were marking Jimmy and Abu. Hey, man, you're marking Caseo." So we would play anywhere, and that was my basketball career.
Actually, remember that time when it came to defense, Moses.
Moses throw in there.
That's interesting. I know that there are actually a lot of young players who watch this show, and most of the times players think that if I can't score, then I'm useless on the basketball court. But coming from an experienced person like you saying, you can actually play defense and get playing time. You talked about Dukes. Dukes was known as the best rebounder. All he did was, I think he loved picking rebounds.
Yeah, that attitude.
And that's what kept him on the basketball court. And for kids these days, if you can't shoot a 3-pointer, if you can't, drive to the basket, then,
crossover,
then you're nothing. But I mean, basketball has a lot of aspects that come into the game. So you joined Our Savior in 2015.
When we left Falcons.
When you left Falcons. So what was the journey of Our Savior like? Because I remember the first time I interacted with Our Savior, they were training down at the UCF.
Yeah, we were training at UCF.
Yes, that was in Chikoni.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I think the home has switched over to Kisu.
To Luzera now.
To Luzera
we went to
now.
ISU, but we're now in Luzera.
You're now in Luzera.
Bishop Cipriano.
Bishop Cipriano. So what was the journey like for, because I think you joined the team at a time when it had just begun.
Yes, it was because remember the young UCU team, the JV?
The JV.
Because they were promoted to the NBL, and they couldn't have 3 teams. 2 UCU, 2 male teams and 1 ladies team. So I think they approached Kelly, Kelly Martin, and Kelly wanted so much. We were also with him on that 2014 team, remember?
Falcons team, yes.
So we was excited to play for Falcons that time, and when an offer came, to own a team, he did so. So he took over that team and got the rights and changed it to Our Savior. So from there I started calling in players. Now because that season, me, Dukes, Cyrus and Ivis were in Falcons.
And Belton also.
Yeah, and Belton, yes, Belton. So, boom, 5 players already.
Yeah.
Then he got his some Sudani Deng, and you know. So the team was there.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So that's how we started.
Yeah.
And he was the coach, and so that's how Xavier came into it. Koma, who is right now the manager, also came in. Like we started giving in calls of players we knew, and so that's how Xavier started.
Yeah. Interesting. So from you guys actually started in the NBL, then went back into the D League.
Yeah.
And I think since then you've been in the D League, trying to come back. Okay. And now you've walked this journey of about 5 to 6 years, all the way to the championship. Okay, what kind of work did it take to get the team from where, you know, from coming down, being relegated, to getting this championship, and now, you know, getting the opportunity to actually go back to the NBL? You know, what was that journey like for you as a coach?
Yeah, because first of all, I think it was the 2019 season. We during that season, we got some financial issues, and we talked to some players. We had a couple of like 3-4 foreign players, and they were like, man, we don't have money right now, but if things strategize, we would move on slowly. But we had to be fair to everyone. We had to say, so most players left. So we had a few players. Actually, if we had the whole team, we wouldn't be relegated. So that's where the story started. We hustled through. We had 5 players on a game, 6 players. We actually won a couple of games, but somehow, because we had lost more games, we got relegated. But when we got relegated, I talked to these boys, like the guys who played in NBL, that you guys, look, we have a chance of going back. There's things happen for a reason. And all these boys, the guys who played in NBA stayed. And they were like, man, we can't go back, what. But I told them, yes, we can go back, but it's not going to be as easy as you guys think.
True.
We need to put in the work. We need to work hard. If you guys want to win, to go back, that means you have to win a championship. But remember, this division is so competitive. That's what I first told them. It's not like NBL. You play university team when kids are in holidays, you beat them. But when they're at campus, you can't beat them. But here teams come to play because that's the opportunity they get. So I sat down with them. I told them, if you guys are available, well and good. We need to train. Man, it was when the games began, the league, we actually won 8 in a row, and everyone was feeling, like there's a difference. But when we went for COVID, it was a different ball game. When we came back, I remember we lost 2 games because we only played 4. Other teams didn't come back. We only played 4 games, lost 2. One to Res Life overtime, then one to Tropical Royals. We lost it like in the last 30 seconds of the game. So now they realize that, we can actually, the first one was against Rockets. So Rockets, Res Life, and Tropical Royals. So I told them, you see, you think you're going to win a championship? It's a different story. We have lost 3 games, and all those teams are better than us. So we really have to work hard. So that's how it all went down. We now started taking game by game. But now that changed our position from 1 to 4. So 4 plays 5. So I told them, now we have 4 games to play. If you guys want to go, if you want to go back to the NBL, I have done my job. The management has done its job. So let's win only 4 games and we go. That means winning game 1 and game 2 in the quarterfinals, and winning game 1 and game 2 in the semis. So we won against Knight Riders, the quarterfinals. So that the test was passed. So we went to Raise Life. Come Raise Life, we lost our first game. I told them, you guys, tomorrow, either you're going to the NBL, okay, win tomorrow, we redeem ourselves, we get to go to game 3, or we are staying here. As easy as that. Because there's no time to watch a video or what. No. You have to come back and play the game. You lost yesterday by 10 points, you have to come and win. So we went, actually the game was at YMCA, we won game 2, yeah? 1 game 2. Went for game 3, 1 game 3, then we went to the finals.
Yeah.
Same thing, 1 game 1, lost game 2, 1 game 3. So
yeah. That's how it went down.
That's how it went down.
Yeah. Before we take a break, your last game actually, okay? It was won in like, I think 15, 16 seconds?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
10.2
okay.
seconds.
I remember Don was the one who actually pulled through the game for you guys. What was going through your mind as a coach? Because opposite team is on the free throw line, shooting 2 to seal the game. And I remember Basketball 256 had an interview with Don, and he says at that time in his mind he was saying that, you know, if this guy only misses the second shot, we have this game. And somehow he missed, Don gets the ball, drives all the way, basket, and one, game is won. What was going through your mind at that time? Because now it was at a balance. We either win this championship or it's done for us.
Actually, the game was tied, so it was 22 seconds to go. So Coach Regent of Tropical Royals calls a timeout. So I tell him, you know what, let's not foul. Let's play good defense. You understand? That was my message. Let's play good defense. Trust me, we'll get the ball. If we're to foul somebody, don't foul a shooter. Foul somebody who's going to the hoop, let him go to the free throw line. So they inbound the ball moves. Yeah, because I had one time, I told them, if they score, I'll call a timeout. Yeah. So they inbound, we play good defense, so the ball is in the wing. So you know that thing of like you're playing defense on somebody, I think Andrew, player who puts on jersey 22, so I think overreached, so they call it foul. So the guy goes to the line, but in my mind, I'm like, I have a timeout, whatever happened. But I told Gombia, if you get that, this is the time, we shouldn't make a mistake. We lost to Tropical Royals because of missing a rebound. Gombia, pick that rebound. If you pick that rebound, either give it to Don. I told that, give it to Don, because Don has that quick drive and what. The guy makes the first, they're up 1, he misses the second. Gombia picks the rebound. Don is behind him, he tells you, Gombia, Gumpi, give me that ball. He gives Don. So what Don does, there, however much you're doing what, so Don had to jab step and he ran out. I watched actually the video over and over again. I saw Gombia also running in the middle. I think that also helped. Because I was wondering, hey, Don is dribbling, he's not fouling. Scores and 1. Everyone is on the floor. I think it's game down. Checking on the clock, it's 2 seconds to go. But I'm like, oh, we're up 1. It's 2 seconds. That's surely it's going to the line. We're going to win this game. Man, it was a hot game. It was hot. It was a real championship game, man. It would have gone either side, man.
And I mean, that's what basketball is.
Exactly.
I believe that if there was a sponsor sitting there and watching, you know, such a game, the next season they'd actually want to, you know, put in a lot.
Exactly.
But congratulations on the championship.
Thank you so much.
I know that going up to the NBL is going to be, you know, it's a good thing for you guys, but it's also going to be a hard thing because a lot of teams are recruiting, a lot of teams are trying to rebuild, you know, and now the season is going to be longer because they're going to be 14 teams instead of the traditional 12 teams in the upper league. But I guess we'll talk about that when we come back from the break. You're still watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, talking to Coach Mose of Our Savior Basketball, talking about basically, you know, how they got to the championship, things happening in basketball. And when we return, we'll be talking about lower division basketball. How is it going? What are the expectations for this season? And we'll also talk about the program that Our Savior has for the little kids. I believe that it runs every Saturday, should actually be running right now. Don't go anywhere. This is a Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. We will be right back.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria.
You are still watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. For those of you who are wondering why I'm in a jumper today, it's a cold day in Kampala. It's been hot the whole week, and today the rain chooses to come through. So yeah, I believe that's a blessing. But more than that, we're still talking about basketball, what is happening in Ugandan basketball. We're talking to Coach Mose about how we got his team all the way from the NBL being relegated and now back to the NBL, getting a championship in the last second, a basket coming in from Don. And I believe that it was a beautiful moment. There are moments that you always remember, and this is one of those moments that I believe not only our Savior Basketball, but the whole basketball fraternity will remember. And Coach Mose, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we left off, we're talking about going back to the NBL. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the NBL in itself is also, I don't want to say it's in trouble, but there are a lot of pieces that are really not set in the right place. Because looking at it, JKL currently doesn't have a team. They had some issues, internal issues. Warriors basketball lost all their players, and they're still supposed to come back and play. Sharing basketball team was sold to Victoria University. Okay, then we're not having the traditional 12 teams. We're now having 14 teams. Tropical Royals coming in. You guys are also coming in, and then bouncing back from the lockdown and also COVID. There's a lot of financial issues, that are really happening in the NBL right now. Okay, so you as our Savior, what's the plan? Because I believe that you find yourselves in a good situation. It's almost a level playing field right now before the season begins. So what's the plan? How are you guys going to handle the NBL? Are you signing new players? Are you cutting half of your players like other teams always do? What's the plan going forward?
Yeah, the first plan is to keep the same players that played.
Yeah.
Because we had 5 players who are in the NBL and came down with a team.
Yeah.
And most of them are available. So if you have those 5, then plus these young kids who played during the championship game or Div 1. So basically I have like 7-8 players. So entirely, you to balance the team up, you need to get in like 2 or 3 players. Yeah, especially one big man to help out Kombia and Mose. Then you need maybe a 3, because there are some 2 players who are going to play for Victoria University. Upo are also part of the championship team, so you need to replace. So it's basically adding like 3 to 4 players. Yeah, not that like we need to overhaul the whole team. No. Because these players were there in the NBL and they played, they were competing. They came down with a team. It's even a bonus. So going back with them, it's just adding a few pieces. What I believe in the NBL, the team that works or trains more is one that wins the ball game. And right now that most teams are going to sign players, players are not available.
That's true.
So there's a chance that most of the teams are going to have younger players. And so the game 5-on-5, it will be fair. There will not be that so much big difference. That hey, this team signed a player from maybe Congo and what, because teams are coming from COVID, and most teams won't be able to afford. So I think that's the plan. If you have your players, most of the players available, you just add in a few pieces. Then you train. You train on the same court. It's 5-on-5. It's a basketball game. The rules don't change. If you out rebound the other team, if you box out, make your free throws, control your turnover, you win the basketball.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I like how you talk about the young players that are actually coming in. From that perspective, our Savior has been running a camp or the academy for the young kids for a while now. For those of you who want to find them, they're always at the pool at the main ground. That's in Makere every Saturday.
Every Saturday from 10 to 2 p.m.
10 to 2 p.m. So if you have a kid, if you know someone who wants to learn basketball, you can actually...
And it's free of charge.
Yeah, and it's free of charge. You can approach the coaches. So I believe that Kelly had a vision for the team. And you know, part of that vision was for the kids. Okay, and you guys have been doing a very good job. There are actually very many players that you see coming up now that have their roots in our Savior basketball.
Sure.
Yeah. So running this academy, you have experienced players. Not only you have Watcher, and you have a very good team. The Dons are always there, you know, working with these kids. How important is mentorship when it comes to basketball, especially in Uganda? Because we have a situation whereby a team like Kampala Rockets is full of players that actually came from the NBL. And it's a good and bad situation. Good in a way that these are players who have a lot of experience can actually mentor, you know, the younger ones. Bad in a way that if they over-infiltrate that division, then they actually don't give time, you know, to these younger players. So coming from the perspective of our Saviors Academy, how important is it to have mentorship in Ugandan basketball?
I think mentorship is very key, but you see, most of us, if you're an experienced player, some guys know how to play, but now to teach these kids the basics is kind of a challenge. Now for us, we were mentored by Kelly. We were playing basketball, but when Kelly came in, he brought in the American kind of way of doing stuff, both on court and off court. So with the little we had, the knowledge we had, shooting, playing defense and all that, there are things that he taught us. So we were like, that's why some of us were inspired. I was like, okay, now there's also kids camp. So we are playing. Actually, that's the advantage that we have as our Savior. There's a team that is playing, and the coaches were former players and others are still on the team. So a kid will come and watch Coach Don play, Coach Davi, because they coach them. And they see how they play. So even you, when you come to kids camp, you're really teaching them the basics of the game. Not only the basics of the game, because for us at our Savior, we also, it's a Christian team. We need to do devotions, we need to read some scriptures from the Bible. So even life, we also teach them about Jesus Christ and life. You understand? So I think that has been key. So kids come in, because if you can't just teach these kids, you get them all over and tell them about Christ and basketball. So you find them on court, teach them about the game of basketball, then you go and teach them Christ. So that's how we've been mentoring them. And like us, we actually don't coach. We teach these kids, because there's some things that we did. Actually, every time I'm there with Coach Angela and Coach Coman, Watch and Don and Davi, we're like, at this age, so just playing. But now we're teaching them jab steps, you know, step back, you know, left-hander, you know, floater and everything. But mentoring also, another aspect that I can say is, how do you carry yourself? Because the kid sees you, like, okay, this is Coach Mose. How do you carry yourself as a coach? It's also key, by the way, in mentorship, because you can come and get like, this guy can't coach me, can't be my... And that is happening actually right now, most of the players. You may think, but like you've said, having experienced team in the play, you might find players are there, but if they didn't see the coach play, or they don't know anything about the coach, they will not respect you. So that's why you will find, but that team has good players, but not playing. No, it's because there's a big difference between the players and the coaches. How does the coach carry himself? Did the coach play enough basketball? Okay, if the coach didn't play, what is the coach's philosophy? If it comes to coaching, when he tells you, Emma, do ABC, did you do it? Is the coach, you're the players. So those are the things that we have as far as mentorship is concerned. But in our Savior, it's all clear. It's all about Christ, you understand? So discipline is not like, we don't tolerate that. You can't curse, you can't abuse, you can't do all that stuff. So it's easy to tell them, hey, do this, or do this, or So that's what I can say about like mentorship.
Interesting. I always love to see after games you guys actually go to the center of the basketball court, hold hands and pray. You know, it's I believe something that basketball needs.
Yeah, actually most people, like, some people don't know why we do it, because, you know, for us it's more about basketball. Like, Emma, really, we have people come and play the game, but the game goes. Right now I'm not playing. People need to know about Christ. Understand? So and sometimes people don't even they think they're too far from the Lord. So us coming into the center, we have lost, you guys have won, but we have come into the center, we are one. Some people don't even get time to pray. Some people don't get time to hear about Christ, fellowship, and do that. So that's an opportunity. And trust me, every time we go to the circle and maybe pray or talk about a scripture or this, it changes somebody's life.
That's true.
It changes somebody, and it's very, 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 very key. We have done this for a couple of years, and it's really good. And even other teams know, man, we're going to, let's play. After play, our Savior is going to play for us. We're going to share our word and stuff. And it's, for us, actually, it's what we're putting out there. We are serving. It's more than basketball.
I believe that, you know, we have to go always beyond the game. Like you said, basketball will end at certain point. We won't be able to play. You know, but there's always those aspects that actually go beyond. Christianity is one of them. You know, religion and all these things. And it's good to see. I remember back in the day, you guys would have to go and call the teams and say, come play. These days, when teams know we're playing, I'll say, guys,
they know.
Like an automatic thing.
It's an automatic thing. They will have to come and pray.
Yeah, that's true. We're getting to the close of the show, but before we get there, you guys were playing in the lower division, and I know that as much as the lower division actually, you know, rerun the league, there are certain issues that they are facing. Okay, and now you guys have gotten out of that, but according to you, as we close the show, what are some of those key issues, that the lower division and the LLMC faced during the COVID time, during the rerun of the season, and what are the best strategies for them to, you know, to deal with that, knowing that now basketball is actually returning in 2022?
Actually, LMC did a great job. I think one of the challenges that they managed to do was get a basketball court, Nakasero, because they used to have issues with basketball. Because if NBL is running, NBL is in KIU, YMCA, UCU, so LMC, since they don't have like finances, it was very, very hard for them to have a basketball. And the only opportunity they had was Makerere, it being a school institute or stuff, but they didn't get Makerere. But one thing they did that was the biggest challenge they had was get a home. And I just pray they should keep a good relationship with Nakasero Primary School, because, man, let that be a home for those guys. Then second, the other things, of course, they try to manage the officials. You know, officials, we have refs, and we have the table. And for a game to be as beautiful as you saw up to the championship, the referee is 1 point. Man, we had 3 referees. These guys don't have financials to pay 3 referees. They only pay 2 referees. 1 referee was sacrificing getting transport. That is kudos. Then when it comes to maybe that table, I think that's where the table is very key. I don't know why. Like some of us, it's very key. Fouls, you know, turnovers, shot clock and everything. I think they are doing a great job, but they need to improve. The level of concentration when you're running the shot clock or registering fouls and what, man, they need to concentrate, because sometimes, yes, I know the game is hot, or they are been there since morning and they are eating and what. But I think they can do a better job. Like, let's concentrate. If they want to eat, let it have time, get something to eat in those 15 minutes and get. Because sometimes you'll find they've called a foul, the statistician has 3 fouls, the guy in the book has 2 fouls, the refs come talk. But if the ref calls Emma has fouled, Emma is number 4. Confirm if Emma. So that the statistician registered and the guy in the book also registered. So that there must be that connectivity, like flow. Hey, it's this one. Like, you know, when like everyone is busy, like you saw Afrobasket, like everyone is serious. They're putting on headphones. They don't want to be interrupted. I think that should be done. Shot clock should be managed very well. People should be sober when they are there. That was my biggest challenge. They can work on that. They can work on that. The rest, maybe now that they have a home in Nakasero, maybe where players sit. We need to find a way of
building that structure.
Of being the structure, maybe putting up chairs or stuff, because the furniture, basketballers are heavy. They keep breaking the furniture and everything. So I think they should try and improvise on that. And the rest, it's okay. Maybe their page should be active. Okay, they try to post fixtures maybe Friday, but I think they should do that earlier. So throughout the week, people know, hey, this game is here, this. They were trying it. This week they do well. Next week maybe they relax a bit. Next week they do it well. They post the results. The next like that. So I think those are some of a few things that they can tackle. They can handle. I think right now when they sit as management of LMC, there are a few things they can touch on. Boom, they're good to go. They always get a sponsor. But they did a great job, man. They did a great job.
I also think they did a great job. Yeah, well, Coach Moses, thank you for, coming to the show. Thank you for, all the stuff that you've shared with us. I believe that, for the young players out there, whatever you've heard from Coach Moses is something that is very key. Talking all the way from how he changed his game to being a defensive player, working with our Savior, changing his life and, preaching the word as you play basketball, because at the end of the day, it's just more than a game. It's not only basketball. What do you do after the basketball court? Also talking about, life off the court, especially for coaches and those who are in charge of kids. How do you, present yourself? How do you live your life off the court? Because I believe that those are some of the things that the kids actually watch, That is how a coach will gain respect, from the players. So from us at House of Talent Television, thank you very much for giving us your time to watch the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Remember, you can catch us on HTV1, that's on our Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on YouTube, or you go down to our Facebook at House of Talent Uganda. Let us know what you thought about the show. If you have any questions for Coach, you can always drop them in the comment section. We can get to him and we'll let you know, what he said in response to your comments. That is all the time we had today. But hopefully Coach will be back next time to tell us more about how the season is going in the NBL for his team when we resume basketball. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Thank you for giving us your time. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Do have a great day.
Over the moon and over the sky, gospel music to the world. Kids can feel like tick it up, combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, save me and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Look me for the young grip on the stress, what that one. Big in the camp on the place for box warp on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look baby, yeah, they want to take it for fun. Upper Swiss they blow for your place. Them can't find no race results for your gun base. Yes. Tell us that Jesus make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach a mighty hand to heal me, to save me, to make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Jesus, wanna make your fire fall and touch me heart. Now make the devil come on, no visit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me, I forgive Jesus, you're the one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, eat like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus, I the emperor. Jesus, chocho wunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Ulisa makuwa gangi na veyo chenaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach a mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
Sometimes lift me brother, my sister, and the back of my mouth from the top of my mind. You love and bless me, you did restore me.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach a mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. 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 I wanna see you fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Kimsky and Fila, Digita, for Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, me. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Jaffa, how are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, you know, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recap from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they were incredibly 1 hour late. So
in Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time.
Yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
You know?
I never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes, because it's looked at as
it's all
as a problem.
Not
Yes,
us.
yes.
You see, with narcissism, it's always about me, not us.
And so whatever we're doing, it's about
you.
me,
It's all
me,
about
me.
you,
Yes, yes, never about us.
We.
Okay. I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say.
Parents.
Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition.
Yeah.
Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah?
Yes.
And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes. Yes.
Generation X, you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
And then for me, I'm looking at the millennials,
Yeah.
the ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z. Yeah.
Okay.
Z. We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy.
Okay.
For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoyed partying
okay.
too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist.
Yes.
Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes, where's the party at? Let's go right now. And then everybody's just going, the weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character burns candles on both sides.
Okay.
You don't really budget for anything.
Okay. Okay.
And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life.
Yes.
And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend.
Okay.
Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary where they would look out for the next season's crop, seedlings.
Yes. Yes.
And they saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society culture that we don't. And sometimes for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say, no, the situation in the country made it
permits
such,
this, so therefore we can just, go on.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people, but psychologists have done so.
Okay.
And social anthropologists have done the same thing.
Okay.
Trying to explain the generations.
Okay. Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. Yeah. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion. He says, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM.
Okay.
Yes. And he said to me, he says, we're having a discussion in the gym, and he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand, particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83, because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who were 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether. And yes, and they are trying to mentor, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about. And I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:30, 7, up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yeah, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's what this thing was about. She says, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with the, remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes.
A lot of our people,
I just saw the videos. I wasn't there. Yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962 pushed the agenda of move to the left in 1968.
Okay.
In fact, there was a challenge to my father as Army Commander saying, if you are not of our party, then you cannot be Army Commander. So they were using the Politburo system of the communists.
Yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd. You expect all the sheep
to come
to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing. What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I follow tradition.
Okay.
I follow the patriarch society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes. So I want to be.
Yes. We who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana.
Yes.
We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline.
Yes.
It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together. Communion. The equivalent of in my tribe we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres. The whole community moves around
that
harvesting on each. And you set up in the granaries, you make sure. Remember, like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners anyway. So the Northerners, yes.
I'm explaining it from our angle, but it is an image that we always see with the Tesla. And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn and what we call kasoli. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area?
Okay.
And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area,
yes,
they would have to pound that amount.
Okay.
In a chino.
Yeah.
The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that was instilled in us, we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animals?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's extremely strict.
Yes.
If
you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
my point is,
yes.
With my senator from Ghana, I look like a Catholic priest.
Okay.
But what if it's just keeping up appearances?
Okay.
That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset.
Yes.
You look for that opportunity to release the so-called confines of restriction.
Yes.
Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize. From the time of tradition, there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable.
Okay.
They were the most important person in the community.
Okay.
Then we come to a point where we gain power. But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka.
Okay.
Then we've gained democracy, fine. But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back.
Yes.
Remember the days of soap in the evening, sukari.
Yes. Yes.
Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain, or am I doing it for myself or for society?
Okay.
So our progression in terms of society has decided that.
Okay.
I know I've sounded technical, but I've tried to show the progression.
Yes.
And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time. In England, you noticed how it was. By 6, they were always in pubs.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa! You don't call me like Jaffa.
And it's still going on to this day. Yes.
Jaffa, aren't you coming with us to the pub?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
It's like, you're boring.
Yes.
You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that it means you're going with the crowd.
Okay.
You're moving with the crowd.
Okay. So basically, you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most.
Okay.
Now, we tended to value families. You millennials.
Yes.
I put you in that category.
Yes.
Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
But it comes from that me.
And we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to 54. Go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us.
Yeah.
But daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this.
Yeah.
So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward. Yes.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo Jaffa Amin, is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first-hand experience of you being in the State House, and now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing to say.
Yeah. That opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House, you know. Yeah.
But remember, a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Where
Let me explain.
What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No, it's called, not Nalfenya, Burumaji.
Yes.
That is the place of some witches. It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Uganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They just come back from Congo.
Yes.
So she summoned from there. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Yeah, who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US, you get addicted.
Yeah.
Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan. I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, "Lulu, tell me about yourself."
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent. He kept laughing. I said, I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my God. Okay.
We were talking. His name was Spencer Kabugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's it?
I got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you are the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny. He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I have never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our
time.
gym.
Yes, that was the first time you
We get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our
Yes,
gloves.
yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I would pound the ground for 100 meters until my friend said, do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was
Dutch?
an American.
It was an American.
Deutsche Post. It's just Deutsch for the Germans.
Okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So they took
you see,
over.
this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you, when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, to the royal protocol. The king has sent me such a thing. Or go to the king's palace. I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my father.
Without knowing.
Yeah. You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Okay. Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
but
around
now
picking
something
these things.
happens.
Yes.
They end up finding out who I am.
Yes.
But I continue at the same pace.
Yes.
Words start.
So when you say they end up finding who I am,
my employee, my fellow employees, they end up finding out
that you are
the son
of the former president Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But I'm continuing at the same pace and a very strange humility, where I have a short fuse, but it's for me about telling you what you need to know. It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, yes. And that's how the narcissistic approach finally
is, but
remember,
it's a question of just work for your salary.
This company is not even for your father.
It's not your father. Why are you breaking sweat?
Yes. Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name? They're like, no. For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic. There's no difference between DHL and the military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
The barracks with soldiers, yes.
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal, and he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles, and then he was the head of the military, there's a certain discipline that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different. By the way, there used to be a complaint in the family.
Yes.
We had the famous Moses. We had the famous Mwanga.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yes.
But whenever they would question me in terms of identity, my father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Then he would laugh.
So they never understood. Yes.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother, he's my brother.
Okay.
He was trying to put a veracity in them to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
son. I was
son.
his son.
Son.
You know,
and then
grandmothers inherit.
Yes.
For example, during the AIDS pandemic, forget about COVID, the real pandemic in Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID has a lot of. COVID has a lot of.
I'm not going to go
it has a lot of
discussions,
commercials and stuff around it.
But in Africa, we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That's wisdom right there. If you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was by the sake of a large family, and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister, because it used to happen. You know, the Isaac Sarah scenario is very African.
Yes.
Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ismail's story,
it's very much it's very much the African setup.
Okay.
For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So we ended up with the grandmother.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, you are, yes. So you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to your
chief wife.
The chief's wife. Yes.
The number one.
The number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
We're becoming personal here, but sometimes society, especially African society, if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters, you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Today, my wife has 5.
My own mother went through that old stuff.
My wife has 5 boys and 1 girl. Can you imagine the status she has in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Now you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife was having girls.
Okay.
Until 69, when the favorite child arrived.
Wow.
She went through hell.
With
the very same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to a boy, a man child.
So it was always a tormenting pressure for you.
Every African mother goes through it.
Yes.
Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable.
My own mother went through that problem. Yes. My own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
against the opinions of
his family, it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now, because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age, and so she couldn't give birth. And then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
bring you back.
Yes, and get the dowry or even bring back. So because of that, my mother suffered on stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls, and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge.
Yeah.
My brother is almost your age.
Yeah.
Ready to retire from this, and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman. You're everything. It's been going on
forever.
I mean, yes,
it's what I call the tyranny of tradition.
Okay.
The tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total. It's absolute power. People don't. Remember me saying something that might hurt others, that like,
yes,
people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
yes, you said it at the beginning of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man, today our leaders still considered in the same category as a strong man. I don't like using the D word.
Yes.
That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time. When we were running away in 79, they're like, Headmaster, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go, yes.
The image and the strictness of him was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless, yet they are the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist. Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissist.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home. The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you. We provided the antelope yesterday, didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday, yes.
Now we've come back with this new one. Where's my food?
Yes.
For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist's character. And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry. Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth, and right now actually taking all our best brains. There is this brain drain, there is this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
I've read my books. I don't need synergy. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books. I got
the
my
most
books.
boastful child is on graduation day. They actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived. Don't you see?
I've got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I got my master's
I
and a
always
PhD.
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come and says, "Daddy."
No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence. The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Would you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for that, the arrogance you see in your child at that point. My son will graduate now by 2022. COVID has done us in. It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one. But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell him go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute.
Yeah.
Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate.
Yes.
Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through. Yes.
That's where you get your job. No, but that's 3 years.
Yes.
I said, yeah, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these out for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I said, I didn't know.
Yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher.
Yeah.
Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay.
They will put, you'll notice when they're interviewing, they'll just put these aside, they'll bring that one in front.
They always bring that last bit,
The placement.
Yes.
LDC. LDC is the most important moment. Now I'm a lawyer.
But you would never have been one if there was no...
It is that man who comes he normally comes with a casimo, but he tells you that.
Yeah.
But every child forgets that moment. Some Kazei came with his Waizeka thing. Doesn't he know I've graduated? You're not hooking yourself to the next person who's going to actually push you to the next level.
Yeah.
Quite often, narcissism feeds on to the issue of you already got a job placement. Forgive me for this. Some people end up in MOOBs at S6. Then they work like our American system of a certificate 2 years.
Yeah.
Then they do the actual degree.
Yeah.
Yeah? But they've already been earmarked for a job.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a feeding frenzy where somebody will say, have you sat in water in Changwanzi?
Yeah.
It's like me telling you, have you got the Management Institute certificate?
Yeah.
You know, there's somebody who asks
you such questions, and you're looking for...
You don't see them as markers. Life is all about markers. You've seen those points that's showing you 40 miles to go to Jinja.
Yeah.
It's like, my homeland is far. I've heard that several times from people who come back home from Europe and wherever. They can't believe how far
we have gone.
Home is. Yeah. No, home
Oh yes, I'm getting the wisdom now. That's how far okay.
So the markers.
Yes.
Somebody will always tell you at what point you should move to.
Okay.
But also those people who are mwana maugundi, mwana wani, are feeding on to this tradition of narcissism.
Okay.
It's all about my children, my line, my lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is all feeding frenzy.
So that's the narcissism.
I'm not politicizing.
No. You are right, because I've actually been asking myself, because I work with people. They're always about my money, money.
Yeah.
Where is my money?
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not about your money. It's about satisfaction to the client that we're serving today and the society we're serving today. Have you fulfilled the mandate of serving the client effectively and having this? Money will always come, but we always have. So it's not about politics, about just the way we demand for things, even when we don't deserve it.
Let me give you an example of that.
Yes.
When I did 1 year and disappeared on the streets, some secretary in a bank saw a new face.
Yes.
They're like, where's that man who used to cross the Kampala road with 2 steps? I was so quick.
2 steps, this is because you're tall and you're long.
They won't see my speed.
Yes.
Do you know that we walk very fast, people from England?
Yes.
You notice how you slow down?
Because their life is fast-paced, which is different from here.
When I got to
London, yes.
I was being knocked by people passing me. By Jove, excuse me.
Hey, mate, come on. Yes.
we were too slow.
So I have a boy called Idiwato Chom. Can you tell us if this is what is happening to you in Swansea?
Now, the speed.
Yeah, the speed in London. So
Now,
I'm waiting to see Idiwato Chom come back to Uganda and walk like that.
I came to Uganda with an Audi Quattro speed. Kankanan. Remember the Kankanan rally driver speed?
Yes.
That's what I came back to Uganda with.
Yes.
And I got a job.
Yes.
And I was on double turbo speed.
Yes.
And I shot up. So people were remembering me for the service.
Yeah.
And it became an accolade on your name.
Okay.
My God. Now, after 4 years, I become the senior manager.
Yeah.
People are like, does he go to the water? Agenda kumazi.
Yeah. What does it mean? What is the mission of going? Oh, going to the water is superstition. You go for witchcraft.
I looked at
this is really the wisdom,
like,
circles, the elders' wisdom circles. Yes.
I was like, I'm British. What's your problem?
Yes.
Now, after 4 years, I become senior manager.
Yeah.
They're like, no. She today.
Yes.
Huh? I would actually find funny fetishes on my chair. I'd pick it up, and then Northern style, I'm like, hey, I come from the elephant's clan. Huh? My grandmother is a python.
Yes.
My mother is the beautiful bird, Nyonyi.
Yes.
And she's also has the kabiro of the leopard.
Yes.
There's nothing that will happen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're going for break. Yes.
It was pure to Nigeria, but I was using a British accent. So you know, Muzungu, no, Kadugala Bananga, Fuaruzungu.
Hold it right there. We're going for a break.
I was on an upward mobile trajectory, and it was simply because of I had accepted the work ethic that my father had instilled in me.
Yeah.
And I was actually utilizing the same skill setting, but I was actually marking time. I was like not at full capacity.
Wow.
But something happened.
Now hold it right there. That's something that happened. We're coming back for it. This is the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Jafar Raymond Amin, the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, who lived all his life in glamour and everything glamour and find himself on the street walking fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Who better place to tell us the story of what happened? We're sharing the wisdom of what happened when elders steps in to speak to the young people. Jaffa, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I
was saying something happened.
Yes, you're saying something happened, and I want to get back to that something that happened. So for you who are just joining, I want you to go and send us a message. Send us a question, a comment, whatever you have, and we'll be able to answer here. This is called Wisdom Corner, the Wisdom Circles. We've lost this in our society today. We don't have it. Elders don't sit and give us moments to listen to them. We don't understand what is going on. So we realize that narcissism has become a new religion in 2020, right? Selfishness is taking over everything. Elders have the same thing. So we're talking about this, and I'm talking to the first son of the president, and I'm going to be able to bring all of them to this program. All of them. They have been into the State House. They've enjoyed it all. They've been around the world. And they are now here living with us. All right, so let's talk about
all around Africa.
All around Africa, actually, we're going to bring.
For me, that's a perfect suggestion.
Yes. So let's go back to
something happened.
Yes, something happened. What happened? Let's talk about it.
They did not understand how I got in the first place. If your former colleagues are telling you, but how did you get here? Your days are over. I'm like, what do you mean our days? Yeah, but you were in the 70s, now it is our time. I'm like, my mother, you see the mother behind there? That's Mohima. She's actually Msongora from from Kasese.
Yes. And you look like one of
yes. You see that woman there?
Yes.
That's my mother. She's from Kashari.
Yes.
You know, markers. Remember those side road posts, signposts?
Yes.
I was pointing at one.
Okay.
My mother's from Kashari. Kashari? Said, my nose is smaller than yours.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
But you don't speak the language.
I'm like, I've been in England forever. I was pulling ranks on them in a nice way.
Okay.
But then I realized the British have what we call self-deprecation. It means you lower yourself intentionally just to get along with those who are unmanageable.
Can you repeat that again? What does the British call it? What?
Self-deprecation is the ability to lower yourself so that you bring yourself to the same level as those who are not quick on the uptake, or they just don't understand why you succeed and they don't.
Yes.
But I got it from Spencer Kamugisha. Spencer, you Muchiga man, you taught me a lot. He called me once in because I got angry over something.
Yes.
Said, Jaffa, sit there. Said, Jaffa, one of these days, whether it is tomorrow, today, or whenever, you're going to be in this seat of mine. He was showing me his seat.
Yeah.
I want you to learn to come to the level of those people you work with. Not everyone understands the way you do. My God, that was a wake-up call, but it was a mentoring that was happening.
Yeah.
He could have blasted
How old were you, by the way, at that point? How old were you?
I was approaching 30. I was approaching 30 because I got married as soon as I hit 30.
Okay.
It wasn't about, I'm not ready or what. For me, it's about time.
Okay.
So I married in 96. So by 94, I was like a 28-year-old. And with a short fuse.
Okay.
But the best employee.
Okay.
In the business.
At the time.
So I was beginning to get the kind of stuff this Muyaye from Kamocha is getting now. Everybody's hitting at him.
Yes.
I'm explaining the political arena.
Yes.
He's going to get more fire from the very people he used to eat
with and drink with and stuff.
Not his actual foe.
Yes.
And he'll always think it is the enemy. But there's no enemy. It's just your friend saying, who do you think you are?
You are, yes.
I say, you people, we all have sections, we all have boxes, we just deliver.
Okay.
I deliver every day about 4 tons because I was manning the business district.
Okay.
That is all the embassies, all the banks.
Was your boss being strategic that I had to put a son of a former president because you are used to protocol, you are used to
He had just seen that for me it was not about pinching the next cookie.
Okay. Yes, by the way, talking about
honesty.
Yes.
It was all about honesty and integrity. Do you know you see that a mile away from your children, you see it from your brothers? That character shines. I think mine was shining brighter than the rest. But I seem to be getting it in an easy way. Do you know what happened? This is what happened. They started skirking their work and leaving it to Jaffa.
Because you had the ability and more energy to do that?
I enjoyed my work. Majority of people out there do not enjoy their work. They are a square peg in a round hole. Or they're
wow! I hope you picked that one.
They're a diamond, and it's just a small circular tube sitting in the middle. You just don't fit. I'm not an authoritative person, yet I am because of my upbringing.
Okay.
But they just saw a manager in me without me seeing it. For me, proaction simply means do it before it needs to be done so that you are ready for the next objective.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom right there from the wisdom, the elders.
Wisdom circle.
Yeah, wisdom circles. I'm picking that one. If you're watching the program, I hope you're picking that one, you too, as well. And we are actually having this with you know, the elder has to have, we wish to have like sort of like a fireplace where we eat kasoli and whatever. So this is going to be the program that gives you the best of experience of the elders' wisdom circles. We will eat kasoli. We will eat kasoli is roasted maize.
No meat.
Yes, yes.
No meat.
No meat. We're going to eat just this. But you might want to get a nyeri and eat a nyeri or something like that.
Wild rats. Now we don't have a It is fish. I drink sai.
Yeah.
I drink choda.
Yeah.
We mess around with the pronunciation.
Yes, yes. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So did they see you?
No, they ganged up to me in a sweet way. I ended up burning my candle on both sides.
Okay.
I was on gear
Would you say
3.
Would you say that you were not wise enough at that point?
No, I was saying, let me show you. It's like me dunking on a 7-footer. I'm 6'1", but I have the capacity to dunk on anybody.
Yes.
I'm like a Spud Webb who was 5'7".
Yes.
He was a short man.
Yes.
Who could do incredible
dunks.
dunks.
Yes.
And not many people remember Spud Webb, but I ended up with what we call where your motor neurons stop. We call it burnout.
Yes.
I had now been promoted to air operations. Everybody was leaving everything to me. And one day I was on the computer and what I was thinking was not getting to my hands.
Okay.
And it was an urgent report. And my mouth was beginning to stop. And I'm like, Patrick. Now Patrick used to work in the place I got him in. He became my #1 person who was with me on my side.
Okay.
And his father, by the way, was the one who designed the UCB house. I never call it Chum Towers, it's UCB house.
Even me, I call it UCB house, yes.
Mzee Nsubuga designed it.
Okay.
And we were getting, I got he was actually a 6'9" tall young man.
Okay.
And I was just like, Patrick, yes, sir. He calls me from the other side. He was actually a supervisor. I'd made him a supervisor.
Yeah.
Just to make sure
things were okay. Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir. Whatever I'm thinking is not getting to my hand. I think I'm getting what we call burnout. And I use the proper word.
Yeah.
This is burnout.
Yeah.
Can you get me home? Now, Superman had
finished, gone, done.
It's like Iron Man. It's like Iron Man getting
the whole son of Amin, the great man, the Jaffa, the giant.
Man who thinks this is his company.
Yes.
Has ground to a halt.
Wow.
Had ground to a halt. You know,
falling to the small man and asking Patrick to take him home. Yes, yes.
Do you know how you do the gym?
Yeah.
My gym was takeout.
Yes.
Dance from 9 to 4 in the morning.
That's another story for you. I'm bringing that in the wisdom circles of how I met Jaffa, Armin,
but my
and
point
how he
is
used
this.
to dance, the electric man. Yes,
but for me, that was my gym.
Yes.
That was my releasing this pressure.
Okay.
That I learned from.
Yet many people misunderstood you for being so low and stooping so low at the time at Stakeout because you were dancing crazy. They didn't understand what was going on for you.
But I was the best dancer.
Yes.
But
we used to ask ourselves, how can a whole son of a former president go low?
The boss of the DHL.
The boss of the DHL.
It was no longer my past.
Yes, yes.
It was present. I was the boss
of DHL at the time.
Above me, there was only the country manager.
Yeah.
I was the top man there.
Yeah.
Then they realized, I'm not here to play. I'm not here to drink. But I dance my music. And Akibua's son was the DJ.
Yes. Tony Bua.
Anthony Bua.
Yes.
Akibua was.
Where is Anthony, by the way?
We're together in Mutungo.
Okay.
We're both on the same hill.
Okay.
This country is known for 2 names, Akibua and Idi Amin.
Yes.
In terms of name checking.
Yes.
But my point is this. Yes. When I came back after 2 weeks,
yeah,
I started that regime. rather than gym, Friday,
Yeah.
I dance the hell out of the place,
Yeah.
go home and rest.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Monday.
Okay.
And I learned that mentorship. And they told me, Jaffa, learn to teach the next person who can help you.
Okay.
I see you're very comfortable with Patrick.
Yeah.
Identify another 4.
Okay.
So that you
So
have
that
5 people
yeah.
who at any notice can be able to replace you at short notice. Huh? I learned that mentorship, and they've taught us that when we're hunting. They taught us that when they taught us to shoot the gun. So we did. Nowadays I see it fashionable, people going to do target practice. Demystifying the gun is fine, but these are the things that your parents teach you, whether it's to hunt,
okay,
or
how to
protect
protect yourself. Yeah.
And then I managed to teach, I believe, 5 people to do that.
Okay.
In 2005, I decided to resign. It wasn't a forceful resignation, it was simply my brain started saying, what have you done for your community? It's not a political statement. For me, those signs of issues of reconciliation, because I was meeting people with those same questions. Why is he having a good life and we didn't have?
Yes.
You know, you get such vibes.
Yet his father did this to us, this happened, yes.
You either become a victim or you victimize.
Yes. Those are the two, yes. It's actually African, it's happening everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, sometimes you would want to be like a lot of people are doing. It's like you love your chicken, you know you're on a stage, so if you get 20,000 crowds, how easy is it for me to get a constituency? I'm trying to give you an example of my Kamacha son.
Yes.
He's beginning to realize how tough it is now.
Yeah.
But if I can get a crowd of 30,000 to come and watch my show, how easy is it to
try and convince them
to move a crowd?
Yeah.
It's a different mindset altogether.
Yeah. And not always going to be very successful, pushed by certain things.
Believe you me, when I started reconciliation, what I call community work, people are like, no, he wants to be a leader. Nah, this man is trying to get a platform for his politics. I'm like, my father was not a politician. I'm never going to be one. I might become a brigadier general somewhere, but I would never become a politician. You would not want to hear the straight talking that I'll tell you in parliament, without profanity, without abusive words. But I'll be able to tell you what needs to be
done.
heard.
Is this,
But you do that in community work. My wife did not understand it. My children are like, we've gone down a notch. We've gone down a notch because I was upward mobile. But I said, look, sometimes fulfillment comes from unexpected corners. If you Google me, I've basically taken up my father's 2 million hits. You know, they're very strange statistics. Mandela hit 60,000, but Idi Amin hits 2 million. Just by name search. And I've practically inherited that. How I use it is what the politicians, the security people, or marketeers are like, but doesn't he realize how easy he could earn from his name? I said, I do know, but it's what I do with the name that matters. And that is the most cherishing and fulfilling thing I've been doing since 2005.
Wow. I just want to take you down as we actually wind up. The show is coming to an end today. The Elders Wisdom Circles is coming to an end. But before we bring this to an end with Jaffa, at some point people felt like you were running mad.
In what sense?
You used to walk and talk alone. And
did that happen?
Yes. At some point, you'll be walking and talking alone. And this happened at some point towards 2009, 2010,
did that happen?
2012, yes. I would think that you were always meditating while or thinking in your mind and working and doing your stuff. But a lot of people say, Jeff has lost it.
And let me explain that.
And I kept saying that I want to know, yes.
Let me explain that. In England and in America, that is actually normal.
Yeah.
It's actually normal.
I found myself doing the same thing at some point.
No, we do it.
I found myself doing it myself.
Voiceover.
Yeah.
If I've learned my lines and I'm moving to location.
To record, yes.
To location.
To location, yes.
I'll go through the words.
To go and voice this radio ad or this TV ad, yes.
I'm the #1 voiceover in Africa.
Yes.
I convinced you to buy city tires, keeping you safe from the road. So if I'm doing that and you people think I'm mad, it's like you with your toggle talking.
Yes.
Isn't everybody with the
toggle is talking? Yes.
Now, if I have mine here and I'm talking, doesn't that look like I'm mad?
Yeah, of course. It definitely.
Everyone in town.
Yes.
Yes. You remember the original ones with
the of the old days of Celtel.
The
I mean,
sweet
the Celtel,
the
yes.
sweet one.
Yeah,
I call it the sweet one.
Yes.
I hate this double.
I remember when growing up, General Salim Saleh, when I first heard of the mobile phone, it was the Celtel days. Used to have this huge phone that looks like a brick. We'll carry the thing and we'll have that thing coming like this. I used to look at it, I'm like, look at General, it looks like cool. I used to enjoy the thing. I was like, one day I will have this one also.
There are two things.
Yes.
I was either on that, for me mine was a sweet one.
Yes.
Just
the one that used to be just,
around
your
ear.
Yeah.
Because for us we said, don't mess the side of your temple.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Which is the left side, yes.
People don't understand that our phones have a lot of microwave waves.
Yes.
So a lot of us avoid it. Keep it on the hip. They said, but you're messing around with your next child. I'm like, where do I put it?
Yes.
I'd rather hit on my hips and I'm talking.
Yes.
Or somebody saw me talking and I was heading to the next
record
gig.
Yes.
We call it a gig.
The gig, yes.
But believe you me, in Africa, the reality of depression is existent.
Yeah.
You reflect and you discuss the implications of your past or your future.
Okay.
And if you saw me doing that, I think I'm the most normal person, because the only way you can judge somebody's state of mind normally, the hygiene goes south.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is totally smart,
yeah,
you can't question the mind.
Yes, of course.
But I've always been British. I succeeded in Uganda because of that.
Okay.
It is normal there.
Okay.
It's not normal in Uganda.
Yes. So I want to say this. You say you've always been British and it's normal there, it's not normal here. I just have a very, simple question to put to you as we wind up this interview. What did it feel like having been in that life? I will keep taking you back to that life, having been in that life of the first son and what it feels and the wisdom that your father, please take a sip of coffee, that your father kept giving you guys and stuff like that in your own words. And now coming down to this old situation that you went through, the narcissism that you say has become a religion of us going, and you started experiencing this thing like way back in 1990s and it's still going on and it's becoming worse in the 2020 as you talk about. What did it feel like, you sort of like losing everything, being in the exile and coming back and starting all over again?
But we haven't lost everything.
Yes.
Everybody has a status they look for.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of greed or an urge to accumulate.
Okay.
That is the character of Jafar Amin. My brother can pass me by with a hammer or Mercedes Benz, and that's okay for him.
Yeah.
We live in the same town, the same city.
Yeah.
I'm a community-based person. The same thing that took me to the village was me saying, what am I giving back to society?
Yeah.
I have a low satisfaction level. Narcissists don't. They want everything. And it's about accumulation.
Yeah.
Yeah. They become like the British magpie.
Yeah.
The magpie will steal every Rolex in London and you'll find it in the nest after 50 years when they decide to cut the tree because they were making a new highway.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example of
that's another wisdom, deep one right there.
Everybody will look for the Prince of Wales lost his Rolex. They'll find it in that tree with a magpie in Buckingham Palace. Yeah? It took it off the coffee table and flew up to the tree.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've never been about want, but of course my children and wife have needs.
Yeah.
But I told you a very important thing at the very beginning of this show last week.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is what you expect from me.
Yeah.
I can't sing issues of Ebiafte because the day Kabaka Mutesa sold the country down the river in 1875 by calling in the missionaries, we've been selling ourselves short until today.
Okay.
Now, if you think that privilege has to be to the 9 families, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
I am totally contrary to the issue of politics of privilege.
Okay.
People always say, why aren't you demanding your houses? Why aren't you? I said, look, society wants this family to be punished.
Yeah.
It has become an acceptable norm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lean back and let you. I always have a British saying of do your worst. But you'll find me in the most unexpected of corners talking to the people who matter. Politics of privilege is not my way.
Okay.
Demanding what is duly mine.
Yeah.
In 60 children, how far are you going to divide? We've only lost 5.
Yeah.
1 boy and 4 girls.
Yes. And the rest
but the
of
55 are fighting over trinkets. Trinkets are what?
Yes, yes. And you use the word trinkets quite a lot.
Yeah, trinket is...
Explain the trinkets to us because really,
Do you know the first trinkets? In Simbi. That was money, the original money, whether in China, whether in China. Our form of money is in Simbi.
Yeah.
Cowrie shell.
Okay.
Those are trinkets. The British would bring wire, knowing that the Maasai just love their wire. They would give you whatever you want, as long as you give them their wire. When the man was actually a Baluchistani, came to Uganda, they used to call him Ebirevu. Ahmed somebody. He brought them cotton, but it was the poor type of cotton called Americani.
Yes.
It's a very light, what we Muslims use for burial.
Okay.
All they wanted from us, due to their extractive agenda, was slaves and ivory.
Yeah.
So they exchanged trinkets for valuables.
Okay.
Now, how much more valuable will I be standing there and saying, I am the son of Amin, I demand such. Politics of privilege.
Wow.
Tribes are demanding it as a wholesale.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's we first. So yeah, you first. But I'm up here. Yeah, but I'm first. I'm number 1. I'm giving you the whole issue of politics of privilege.
Yes. And so how does that fit in?
Yeah, I am comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
The day that your life is all about keeping up appearances, then you're wasting your time.
You've lost everything, yes.
No, you'll always be on that treadmill.
Okay. So Jaffa, On the wisdom circle, on the elders' wisdom circle today, what would be our take home from this topic today that you want to leave us with as the wisdom of the week that I must speak from here and go with? And for everyone who is watching the show all across the world, thank you very much. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, this is Elders Wisdom Circles. All right, with of course Jafar Remo Amin, aka Salongo.
My take-home point for today is the only narcissist notion that I accept is putting family first. I climbed mountains. I'm the most filmed person in my family. I've written a book. He has questioned my sanity, but I hope I've made sense to you. And the fact is, put family first. At 54, I hope to be able to say, after these 6 months of traumatic COVID-19 challenges, put family first. And by the way, it was a blessing in disguise that we ended up with the people you keep missing every morning, and you miss out on your last born sleeping by 9 because they wanted to stay up and wait for daddy. Those moments, you notice how you're going to cherish these 7 months of COVID-19. For me, it's a blessing in disguise, putting family first. And if you can always say me to my family, but also we to community, will make Uganda a better place. And please, it's not about insult. Insulting somebody is not a sign of intelligence. The narcissist in us would actually say, if I can throw a barb at somebody, insult a person, I've won the argument. Let's learn to debate. Let's learn to get insight out of other people's point of view. And my height is meaningless until I have to grab that mango faster than you do. Or my son dunking on a fellow soldier, and he's not even a soldier, but playing with tough men and succeeding. If I can be able to show the child that I'm putting them first, then that would be a change from the adjustments that I made from thinking about myself. Because by the way, the corporate world is a narcissist den that teaches us a lot of unsavory habits. The same people are earning so much money, they ought to be able to give back to family and make sure we put the family first. So if there's any narcissist notion or accolade we can accept, that is putting your family first. But please, no nepotism in the place of work or political status. It shouldn't be about politics of privilege. Jafar earning more than others because he was one of the 9 first families of this country. No. I am an everyday people, and I am comfortable in who I am. But I want to make my children proud and comfortable in the pursuit of happiness. Can we put that as a new policy in Uganda? It's the only thing we should take away from America, narcissist America. Pursuit of happiness.
Wow. Jaffa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Salongo Jaffa Remo Amin, the son of the former president, the one who saw it first. And he said the first 9 families, the first family, the first
the first 9 families.
First 9 families.
It should not be about politics of privilege.
Yes.
That word is narcissistic at the highest level. We should be about, it's the same word, we in English. But when they say Eviafe, they're actually meaning young.
Yes.
Or
So
young.
even if you in the family who says this is if you have a mind, you know, yes, it should be about ours going forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I thank you very much for being part of the Wisdom Circles, the Elders Circles. We'll be back next week on Saturday, same time, same place. Before we start taking the Wisdom Circle all across the country, speaking on the fireside and looking for the 1%ers of the wisdom.
Above 65.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes, and we're looking for them and we need them.
Very disgruntled people.
Yes.
But they own everything.
Yes.
And they're responsible for our past. Remember that.
Thank you very much for being part of the show. Until next week, God bless you. And it's a wrap from us here at the Wisdom Center, or what we call the Elders Wisdom Circles.
aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe. No, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe, aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe. Kama wewe nani kama wewe yo nani kama wewe Ewe Yesu nguvu zangu nakupenda sana.
You're my king, you're my savior, nakupenda sana.
Umenipa maisha, umenipa uzima, umenipa na vyote ninavyo Baba, nakupenda sana. Kama wewe una mwingine yeye, eti bado hakuna mwingine, ni wewe, hakuna baba. Bado, 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 bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, bado, bado, bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, yeah yeah yeah, yeah yeah yeah, yeah yeah yeah.
Sawe tuse kwejiyo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi noguno mujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mpa Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinko
kuza bamanya Uganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke ne lumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese Luganda
ipiaddi je watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation kopi nga zitunze
soka video zimwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi BET nze sitya losi
mwana wange losi nze njitya chovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emitogi n'eginaddawo
pause nange bwentyo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinavaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okuba bulango genda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana nga temwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa Sofi
bwe mba nsula wa Sofi ye yangwana lwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwengula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizoni anti yeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusomasome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi ng'oyo okwekalakasanga
ze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'enaasasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tubba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Nelly said, for Royal Highness Drift on the beat. Big Mott. Peace.
Yeah, Moon G. A story began. He had big dreams. Ezokubera superstar. Nga MJ ngo bwalabo mukabira. Facebook poster. Ebisawe nga bijula. It was all a dream nga bigi bwe yagamba. But buli we yatuuka nga kazindalo. Nga crowd emwoganira vayo. Yayimbanga yekwese mizindalo anti ku stage bamukubanga zichokolo naye nga champion nalemerako giving up teyakirowoozako. He worked hard natuka ku radio bwe yakola video takyava na ku TV yo kati bwatuka ku stage nga bawugana the same people bamugamba nga vayo bapromota mu kusooka nga basalawa kati ekivulu bwatakibaako tekijja kukwatayo. That's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza. Everything is possible if you truly believe. Kyokka omusajja temumanyi yakuba ku buloga kati afuga escalade enyo eri ku acres 2. That's a real champion. That's a champion. Ono yaviira Masaka mzei boy yaweta teri kusoma school fees zabula yapakasapakasa era obusente bwe bwawera 12 ku machanga ali kuzidde Kampala. Mowino mwe yatuukira okusuubula abayaye sente ne bazikuba yeyiyayi era n'asuubula endiboota awezezza emidaala ena Owino ne bajooca. But no, ebyokudda essakala yagaana obwongo bwesera ng'era yasala lwera yayiya ekijji wakati mu city center kusuubula jini kati yatwegombesa anti emali ajja China amaduuka awezezza 3 ku Nabukeera 26 landlord takyamukonkona mami asula muyenga sister asoma bwa doctor. That's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza. Everything is possible if you truly believe. Temumanyi street kid eyambalanga kasaati kamwe akayero pasito omuyimbi kati bw'alonkinga buli mwaka abantu ne bayitirira. He's a champion. All I'm saying is teri kitasoboka. Beera n'okukkiriza. Osobola okuva kataka ke kamwoki enkya ne bakusanga mu Emirates mu okusambira. Osobola okuva mu saloon enkya ne bakusanga nga Serena ikwagikulira. All I ask big brother, have a little faith. Beera n'okukkiriza. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza. Buli kimu ojja kifuna. Everything, anything. Buli kye wali olooseeko. Kasitoba n'okukkiriza. And you'll never take him to church. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Kati boda boda givukise mani na kukkiriza. Enkya bagenda kusanga mu magulu 10 yo. Beera n'okukkiriza. Omupaka Sidinsa nisemanyi na kukkiriza. Majestic Plaza tegenda kubeera yo. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Anything student, work hard. Beera n'okukkiriza. Government sponsorship ogenda tuukayo. Ne rapa atandika nawe beera n'okukkiriza. Waditale kyazizo. Bwe kiri. Just believe. Set your heart to it. Believe. You can achieve it. Teweerabira okusaba. Enkya basobola okugamba ku Uganda tutte World Cup. Kase tubala okukkiriza. Beera n'okukkiriza. Ekyo oyina emputtu.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
We're at level where you can say, at least I can earn something from hip hop music, or from hip hop as a culture. So we're at that step now. But now finding ways you can do it is very, very important, because a business is a commercial activity.
Yes.
Means that if something's not commercial, it's not what?
Yes.
So the business.
Yes, yeah.
So how are you going to make it a business? That's where you have to look through, either get people to understand that most of the time start as solo artists. You find that as a solo artist, you have to do everything, everything for yourself. That era of I remember way back, some people used to say like, I'm looking for like that, like the statement, I'm looking for a manager, used to be very common then.
Yes.
Because people used not to accept that there are no managers until you do something.
Yes.
For
yourself.
Yes, until you do something for yourself. So it used to be a common statement for artists. I'm looking for a manager. Oh, I'm looking for a manager. I have music. I'm looking for a manager.
Yeah.
But the industry, our sector is different.
Yeah.
You have to do something. If you sit on yourself and you say you're looking for a manager, then you never get them.
Yes.
Because most of the managers you have in Uganda, by the way,
Yes.
come after an artist has blown up.
Yes.
He has done something. And
Yeah.
then he's down hiring the manager.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a manager who's going to hire you and then invest in you,
Yeah.
that's going to take time. So as a solo artist, you find that you have to do almost everything, and then along the way people come and support, So looking at your craft, how you can make a business out of it, either directly or indirectly, it means you need to, yes, you have to think, but you need a team. They might not be your permanent team members, but share a word with someone like, okay, how can we make this a business?
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk today. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest on the program today is a poet. He's a lawyer, he's a writer, he's a theater poetry writer. That's the right
person who was always performing and being always there, putting my works out there to see how people can come to theaters. Theaters were closed. Now we had to come up with new means, and that is when I went into publishing. So for me, I just started creating products for our audiences to start reading. So if previously they were watching, now we wanted them to read our stuff. They had time to be home, so there were no excuses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. What a very fantastic turnaround on time there. I want to take this moment to welcome all of you guys to the program. The Creative Industry Talk exists for all of you creative people out there, and every creative thinker out there, every creative mind out there. This is a platform for you to share ideas, to expose your work, and to make sure that If you have work like Ngovi has said, make sure you find a new means to share it out. And this is one of the means to share it out. And we're going to definitely be showing some of his works here while we do the interview. We're live on Twitter, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. Go there, share it far and wide, love it, share it with your grandmother, grandfather, you know, cousins, sisters, everyone all across the world. And to all the guys in the diaspora who always stay awake to watch the show, we're ready to rock and roll. Ngovi,
yes,
coming back to you.
Yeah.
If I'm seeing you for the first time and I'm wondering who you are,
yes,
what would you say is the right definition of you? Are you Ugandan? Who is Ngovi Kagai? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you? From the ancestry point of view, which part of this beautiful country do you come from?
Yes, thank you. I am Ugandan. I was born in Jinja. I come from Uganda district, but I was born in Jinja. See, if I call myself the book guy, you know, like every time you see Kagai, think of books. My father and mother. Yeah. But by the time those two lovebirds met, they had had children. My mother had a daughter, and my father had a son. So I am the third born for both of them, but I'm their first as well, in a family of 4.
Okay.
Yes.
So growing up, how did you become a poet, first of all?
I became a poet. Me, I'm a late bloomer. I became a poet in my 3rd year at Makerere University. It was not even in the plan to be a poet or to be a writer. Me, I was humbly and diligently studying to be a lawyer. I swear, until one day, some young lady who is, to be honest, I used to fancy, tells me about poetry. And she says, Peter, if you like me, you better come and watch me perform at the National Theatre. And I said, okay, those things are for girls. Who wants to be there to start listening to flowers and stuff? But I went to the National Theatre, and man, from that time, my life changed. Because there are so many stereotypes that were debunked. First, indeed, there was a group of poets, but majority of them were guys. Secondly, there was poetry about culture, about patriotism, about Pan-Africanism, of course, about love. But there was a lot more to poetry than just things that I thought it was just about flowers. And the auditorium was packed to the brim. So I was surprised that there were people in Kampala who, like me, loved literature, loved poetry, but we didn't know that we existed. So that's when I joined the group. For me, the plan was always to be a lawyer. I was raised properly, you know, to get that white collar job. But after my 3rd year, immediately after graduation, I became a writer, because from the time that I first stepped in the theater, I knew this is where I belonged. I felt I had found myself.
Wow, what a fascinating story right there, Kagai. I want to just, you know, before we get into the lawyer point of it, was any of your parents, you know, poets or writers or teachers?
Yes.
You know, because sometimes children tend to gravitate to what is around their space.
Yes.
You know, take us through that.
No, for me, I grew up. My parents are both my parents are primary school teachers. At least now they are retired, and they were both teaching English language, and so we had so many. For me, where in the house I grew up in, our toys were books. We could destroy everything in the house except books. Our parents loved reading. They treasured books. We saw the way you see parents today on their phones every day. Now, for us in our home, our parents were always reading books. We used to fight for the newspaper every day. Every time our father would come back home, the first thing we'd fight for was the crossword puzzle. We were that kind of family. So we grew up in a family that treasured reading, that valued reading as a vocational activity. And my father, nobody really fancied poetry, but my father had poetry books. So for me, I started reading poetry when I was young, but it was a private fascination. You don't go to your friends, you know, when you're playing soccer and you start telling them, guys, first wait, I want to recite for you William Wordsworth. So it was something that I nurtured from home, domestically, but privately. The first time I had a chance to publicly show my love for poetry was in my 3rd year. That is when I found a group of university students who were like me. were passionate. Everyone was okay with that.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Kagai right here on the Creative Industry Talk. Do you have a question for him? Do you have something to say to Peter? Is the lawyer. We're going to get into the lawyer bit of it. Reading to become a lawyer.
Yeah.
And along the way, flipping to writing. It brings me to the first question. When did you first realize you wanted to actually be a writer?
Man, the first time I walked into the National Theatre stage. And for me, what attracted me to it was I was in the audience and I'd been invited by a friend of mine who I didn't know took poetry this seriously, but I sat there and I felt moved by the words these young people were speaking. As I studied literature for 6 years, I honestly had never met a Ugandan poet in blood and flesh. I always thought writers were dead, you know? Like, by the time they are teaching your book in school, at university, you must be dead. So the idea of coming across a writer who was alive was alien to me. So the first time I walked into that stage, I saw what these guys were writing. I felt what they were writing, and I said to myself, I want to do that. I want to have the power to write words and speak them and move audiences the way I feel I have been moved.
Yeah. Wow. And how long does it take you to write a book? You've been publishing books. We're going to get into it just now. How long did it take you to write a book?
No, my first book took me 6 years. 6 years to write and 1 year to prepare for publishing. So I would say 7 years. That is, you know, taking a period of, you know, learning to find your voice as a writer, learning to find your style, you know, as a writer, learning your market, you know, as a business person, learning about the reading culture. So it took me a period of 6 years to be able to understand that if I'm ever going to produce a book and I want people to read it long after I am gone, this is what I have to do.
Wow. I mean, Ngobi, we're going to take you to this next question about flipping from the law.
Yes.
The first love being the law. And then now the second love became the first love. Have you ever practiced law? What did your parents see that you were not seeing? When you say to them, I'm going to be a writer, did your father or your mother loved it at the time? Can you take us through it? Because most times parents say, we want you to be a doctor. We want you to be an engineer. And most of those, you know, traditional parents like yours back in the days were typical teachers who lived in a career path that either a doctor or a lawyer, and I can see you headed to being a lawyer. What happened when you finally say, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but I think I gravitated towards this is where I want to be? What was the reaction from your parents? Just so that we can learn from you, for somebody out there who may not know how to turn around that.
Well, first and foremost, I practiced law for only 1 week. Actually, not even 1 week. I think for 4 days of the first week. And I spent more time writing poems than, you know, than writing legal briefs. All the days that I went to court, honestly speaking, the judge and the lawyers were making submissions. I was writing poems. So at the end of the week, I had to be honest to myself, and this was a question I asked myself. But Peter, what do you really want to do with your life? You are at a law firm, but you are writing poems more than actually attending to the legal work. So why don't you? Why are you cheating yourself? So why don't you focus on this thing that you're calling your passion? Try to nurture it and stop living a fake life because you're pretending to enjoy this lawyering thing, but you are not. So I went and I talked to at the time I was still at LDC. I'd graduated, I had a bachelor's in law, and I was studying to get my practicing certificate. And we were in term 3. And so, but the time, but I was doing some practice, some paralegal work. And I said to myself, I'm not just cheating myself, but I'm also cheating my parents. They had given me tuition to pay. But I made sure I waited for my father to come back home, and my mother was already at home. So I went and I told them, I am done, I am tired, and I didn't eat your school fees.
Here is the money.
Here is the cash. I want to be a writer. please allow me to drop out of LDC and pursue this thing. And my father asked me the same question, and they were not happy, that to be honest.
You could see.
I could see. But then they could also understand that I wanted to do something that I wanted. So my father asked me the question, what are you going to do now? My answer to him was, what am I not going to do? And for me, because for me, I saw it as an opportunity to explore every other thing I always wanted to do with my poetry. So be it taking it to studio, be it taking it to theaters around the world, be it publishing it in books. Yeah. I felt this, and so they were not happy, but they were supportive. I mean, there are days I've gone home and I found my mother praying for my book, you know, dedicating it to, and you walk in the house and she say, "Dear God, make my son a successful writer." Yes. So I recognize those efforts that my parents and the pains that they had to go through to allow me to become the thing that I wanted to be.
Well, I mean, what would be your best advice to a parent out there? I mean, at least you took a different path altogether. You were able to go out, tell your parents, look, respectfully, this is not something I feel I should continue. Allow me to drop out, pursue this, as opposed to going to do law and continue with the practicing certificate and get out of this law school, go to the courtroom or go to the law firm to try and practice law. Yet you know very well that your heart was not there and you're not going to enjoy it. So you definitely navigated the turbulent waters quite very nicely with your parents. Learning from the response from your parents and the decision you made then, what would be your best advice at this particular moment to children who want to make a turnaround? I mean, COVID-19 has come and hit. There is definitely a child out there who has turned around and realized that, you know what, the things I want to do, they wanted me to do at campus, I've since found out that my abilities are here and I want to develop this, and they are watching you right now. What would be your best advice to them? Not to say they should drop off school, but to go through what you've gone through is not an easy journey.
Yes, for me, what I would, first and foremost, what I would tell them is both the parent and the child or the guardian. What I would say is you have a choice to make. Either you want to invest in success or you want to invest in happiness.
Yes.
For me, what I have realized is I wish I cared more about the things that made me happy as a child when I was growing up, so that I even become skilled, more skilled in the things that bring me joy. I wish our society, and this for me goes to the child, to the parent, to anybody invested in education. As a society, we need to start investing more in people's interests rather than society's interests. Because society's interests are static, but individual interests evolve with interests. The way you think of a child in nursery right now, imagine thinking what you're going to be doing 10 years from now, when we don't even know what COVID is going to behave like 2 months from now. So why do we prepare people for a future that we don't even know it looks like? You see, now for all the resources that my parents invested in me being a lawyer, I eventually became a writer. And if they were not the kind of people who were raised or who in themselves were flexible enough to allow me to do, there would have been conflicts that we had. So for me, the advice that I give to parents, to the kids is this: invest in your happiness. There is nothing more important to you in your life than your own happiness. And the things that make you happy, imagine if they're the things that were making you money. Thank you.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. This gentleman is on the roll, and I so far love this first part of the interview. I am talking to Kagai Ngobi Peter, who is a poet, a theater poet, a writer, and of course is a lawyer, you know, practicing in the writing space. What a skill right there. And of course, if you have questions and answers, please drop it in there. We want to know whether you have some questions for Peter. If you're watching the show, please share it far and wide. Make sure you don't leave anyone behind. COVID-19 has come and hit, and we need to work with everyone. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk will be right back after this break. I want to know from you, and of course somebody who's watching this show either from here or a child watching in Myanmar or wherever they're watching, or in Congo where we're watched very much, would want to know, if I don't have the money and I have the passion and I have the zeal and I have the drive, but money is also where I start, where do I go? At least for you, your father gave you 300,000 to go and do a course. We don't know whether you spent the whole school fees or you only spent 1 month, took part of the school fees. What happened? How did you start, your fashion? Did you get money from somewhere? How should one start if I want to start? And I was like Kasozi.
I think we should try to be close to people who love what we do, basically. Yeah. Because even me, I managed to skip from that low level to another level because I had networks. Yes. Just me, a mere meeting Gloria Wavamuno changed my mind. Because I used to be in Muyayona Street. So someone introduced me to Gloria Wavamuno, that I'm good, me I didn't know. Then, I lost my phone like over 2 months. Yes. So surprisingly, I got a text from Gloria. Customers have been looking for you over the last 3 months. Then my mind was like, the daughter of a tycoon is looking for me. I was even moving on Loom Street. Yes. So that changed my mind and started respecting myself a bit. Like, somehow I'm important. If someone important
is looking for me,
that's opened my mind and started to know that I need to be serious, have a skill, have a business, and also work more with my fashion, because by then I was still an amateur. Yeah. So I never had money to go to buy books, and no designer could invite me, So I got to know basically all the knowledge through Alistock, but I couldn't afford any book. I could go open and feed the mind. I move out, I make notes before I forget. Yes. Yeah.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsubuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization. as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they are able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are 3 parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions or the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to UBRA is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should UBRA's next 10 years focus on? I would say that UBRA's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if you make very good regulations, we have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake? When I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute are invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a border, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, UBRA will find you wherever you are and will look after you, because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And UBRA works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we want to say congratulations again, UBRA. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of UBRA. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekabyo, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyekondi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day UBRA started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at UBRA, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
When you're alive, it's easy to forget that you die, or even that death actually exists. Beyond wrecks, caskets and cemeteries encountered seasonally. You cannot feel the sting of death anymore. You believe such things are reserved for others, the unwanted stepchildren of gods who did not exist anyway. When you're young, it's easy to forget that you grow old, that you lose the smooth texture of skin or the milky white of eye, that you're beautiful. Black flocks of hair shall grow one day, and your heart will grow weary with lack of ambition. You forget that one day you lose the spring of step and the innocence of youth. You'll lose the liberty to dream dreams and the lifetime to chase them. You forget that you'll grow bold, bent and bitter. When you're healthy, well sane and strong, it's easy to forget the pain of illness, the physical pain and the mental pain, the anguish of immobility, the dread of impending death, and the insane lasting after life itself. When you're born in Kampala, it's easy to forget the deprivation of rural childhood. When you're bread and buttered bread and frozen milk, it's easy to forget the hard-corn cobwebs welcoming the toddler in Morocco to yet another day every day. When you're perpetually conflicted between beef and mutton for dinner, it's easy to forget the thousands of fellow citizens out there who've been constantly unsure of their next meal from the day they left the womb. If the toughest read in your life has been choosing between Buddha and Namagunga for your high school education, it's easy to forget that 70% of the nation's children do not have the chance of knowing the meaning of the boring word blackboard. When you're alive, it's easy to forget that you'll die. When you're safe, sound, fat and pampered in your gated and manicured suburban homes, it's easy to forget that the masses of Ugandans out there can only manage half the night's sleep, wooing to incessant battles with mosquitoes, bedbugs, and stomach grumbling from emptiness. When you've gained admission to Makerere, it's easy to forget that you were once mortal, that the blood in your veins isn't of blue hue, and that your arteries are not pipes of gold-plated steel. When you're young, It's easy to forget that you grow old, and surely you'll die. When you're young, when all you think of is girls and boys and toys, a good job, money to spend and life to live, it's easy to forget that your country needs you. That by sitting there and wishing for good times, by refusing to involve yourself in efforts to right the wrongs of society, you're effectively betraying your country. When you're young, it's easy to forget that by not speaking for justice and writing for justice and walking and marching for justice, you're effectively as guilty as the corrupt robbing public funds, as guilty as those parasitic politicians for killing pregnant mothers due to lack of medicines in hospitals, as guilty as those reactionaries for selling the soul of Uganda to pause yonder. It's easy to forget.
Welcome back from that break. That is what we call poetry right there. That is Kagai Peter Ngobi's work at Nabisunsa Girls, one of the traditional schools in Kampala, one of the strongest schools, girls' schools in the eastern part of Africa, right here in Kampala, right here in Uganda. And you can see what this gentleman is doing with the poetry clubs in Nabisonsa Secondary School, and we're going to see a little bit more about that. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to encourage everyone, first of all, to send in their kisses and disses to you. Those who have to send kiss.
Bring.
Yes, but I want to take you straight, Peter. Welcome back to the program. Peter, our topic today is, I'm going to ask the team to put it up there for everyone out there, is looking at defining and distinguishing poetry, prose and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. I will repeat this. Defining and distinguishing poetry, prose being style, and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. Now, always when we talk about this, you of course have a very elaborate, write-up there. If you look at your, the first work which you brought out was Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We want to know what inspired that. Was that your first work? And while you throw in a little bit about those three things that we've talked about, defining, of course, and distinguishing the difference between the prose, the drama, and of course
the poetry
in behind it. So many times we don't know which one is which, and we want people to understand from the creative industry talk what this really is about. We're talking about defining that moment, given the COVID-19 situation, given the education system that have been completely, down for the last 2 years, and we're being told that suddenly there's a possibility that we're not going to open, come 2022 or thereabout. And COVID is throwing a lot of things there, but dive into it.
Well, so distinguishing prose poetry and drama.
Yes.
This is an academic question.
Yes.
So let me just be frank with it. So we have literature. Literature can easily simply be defined as the creative expressions of a given culture, of a given people. And it is normally done through writing, through singing, through speaking. Now, literature is that creative expression that focuses on the written word. As you hear the word itself, literature, literate, meaning to write. Now, we are going to restrict ourselves to three things. So we talked about prose, we talked about poetry, we talked about drama. Now, prose is that kind of creative expression that is more elaborate. It is more elaborate. So if you're reading a novel, if you're reading a short story, if you're reading a biography, that falls within if you're an essay, that is in a form of prose. Now poetry is more rhythmic. It is briefer, and in most cases we use a lot of descriptive and colorful language. So if you look at a novel and a poem, What a novel can say in 200 words, a poem can say in 1 page. Now, those are the differences between the poetry.
That's the difference between these.
Yes. Now, when it comes to drama, drama, the way you hear the word, drama is language in action. Language in action. So drama is that kind of written literature where you capture characters talking. But from what they talk, for you the reader or the listener, you can infer what is taking place. So drama is always, it always takes place when characters are either talking to themselves or they're talking to others. Now, now, as Kagai, I have had the chance of practicing all the three. I have written some prose, I've written some poetry, and I've written some drama. Now, it is the drama that you wanted me to comment about, Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. So my friends and I wrote a play. We're a team of 6. Now we're a team of, we started out at 6, but now we are 5. There is a poet who is myself. There is a percussionist, a drummer. Now he's in Brazil, but he's Ugandan. There is a break dancer, Abraham Stecher. There is a big girl, and there is an actor called Biamukama. And we came together, people from different, even when we were doing art, people from different walks of life. Yes, that's the guy. Now imagine Abraham being Romeo, being part of the play. And this time, we've asked him, rather than fight, but to break dance. So we came together and we wrote a play called Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We imagined Romeo and Juliet were living in Kampala, and the story was a Kampala story. So what happens? So we wrote it in 2019. We staged it here in Kampala, and then also staged it in Germany and we did it again this year at the Afri-Cologne Festival. We basically Ugandanized Shakespeare. We Ugandanized the story. Then I've also worked on other plays like Arrest the Poem, which we featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2018. We wrote another play called Tokubatota. Tokubatota was also featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2017. And then I wrote a one-man play called The Audience Must Say Amen. That one was adapted from my poetry book, the first one that I published called The Headline That Morning. And it also featured at the Kampala International Festival and also the Afri-Cologne. Somehow the Afri-Cologne Festival loves my works. Yes. To the writers out there, for me, what I would want to advise you is that when you are a writer, in as much as it is important to know your voice and to know your niche, it's also more important to also be flexible. Now, for me, as Kagai, my poems have been adapted into drama, you know, where even when you are writing a poem, you don't remain rigid and say, for me, I only wrote my poems, they are supposed to be published, they cannot be performed. I think as an artist, you must allow your works to grow beyond you. Team up with visual artists and see what pictures they can draw out of your poems. Team up with fashionistas, see what kind of costumes they can develop. With songwriters, see what kind of songs they can develop. Because if you don't allow your literature to grow, then it cannot feed you. And for the times that we are living in like this, for these COVID times we are living in, it's very important that as artists we allow our works to grow into all the genres that they can grow into. So if you're a poet out there and you write your poems and you keep them in your books and then, you know, put the book under the pillow, let me tell you, that is not a place where your poems should be. Your poems should be outside there with musicians. They should be with the graphic artists, you know. They should be with fashion designers. They should be with theater directors, so that you can allow them to become products that are beyond just, you know, poems on a page.
Wow. On that note, Peter Kagai, we want you to just give us an understanding of the 3 things that you have talked about in a poem.
In a poem.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes. the spontaneous, if you're looking at, if I want to see the good example of prose, of a definition defining and distinguishing between the poem, the prose, and the drama.
Yes.
Yes. I know you match 3 of them in one go.
Yeah.
But we're going to put you in a spotlight just so that somebody out there can actually understand exactly, practically what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Here is Peter, and we want to hear from you. If you're a poet, if you're a drummer, if you're a writer, please. I think that Peter is giving you something very interesting. Let's dive into it right now.
Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. But before you go, turn your ear towards the night sky and hear the sound of the raging storm. Hear the vociferous fury. The Sandra Brigade is seething as it comes together to march in a single force. Someone ran very fast and announced the trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Sana fuziridde kalala nkoma omusana gwakira ku bikuku jju enkoko za KFC twazirisiza nkuku nyina makovu. The rumor is ripe for harvest and the village has gathered to know. Someone ran very fast and announced the trouble.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter, I mean, we're learning quite a bit from you on the creative industry talk. I want to take you straight to my next question. What is your work schedule like when you're actually writing these plays? Because there's another thing. What frame of mind must you be in, or must I be in when I'm writing? You've been writing for some time. You've been across the borders, across Europe, across Americas. What has been the experiences you picked from there, and what is your schedule like when you're writing? What kind of frame of mind should one be in, or are you always in when you're writing to put this beautiful work out there?
I think now I can recognize it. I can say there are 2 frames of mind that I'm always in. One, there is when I am writing work to be performed. And I am deliberate about, I envision the audience that I'm going to be with. Perhaps I even already have the contract and I'm told, you write this play or write this poem, it's supposed to be for this purpose. And I put myself to that target. And so that influences the decisions you make. For example, the books I'm going to buy to read. Because that is where, for me, the resources go in research. Who should I consult about this particular topic that I'm supposed to be writing about or performing about? So there is that frame of mind. But then there's also the frame of mind of the leisure writer who is with friends and then someone makes a joke and then it tickles your mind. And so where you are writing for yourself, you're not really writing to deliver. You're just writing a beautiful kind of work. So for me in TV, I'm on social media, try to tap into the vibe of what are the people saying or thinking about this? Then, and that could sometimes take a period of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Then after 2 weeks of reading and researching and listening to people, then I start writing the poem. There is that deliberate process.
Yeah.
Then for the second stage where I'm writing for myself and I'm really writing about what inspires me, that I can do anytime, any day. In fact, sometimes I task myself to say, you know what,
yes,
I want to write 100 poems this month. And it doesn't matter whether they're going to be the best poems or not. For me, what I want is my deliverables at the end of the month.
Yeah.
At the end of 30 days, I must have written 3 poems every day. So you write a poem and I say, I'm going to write a poem when I wake up. I'm going to write a poem after I've had my lunch. I'm going to write a poem before I sleep. And I'm going to just be writing about the things that are happening in my day. So you sort of document your life, or you make a diary of your life through poems.
Yeah.
And these are things you're not going to share with anyone, things that you may not even like. So, but what I recognize most importantly is that The moment I decided to become a writer, I said this is my 9 to 5. The same way a lawyer wakes up, an engineer wakes up, they leave work, they go to one office, they have a boss they account to, they have deliverables at the end of the month. I, as a writer, even when I'm my own boss, I have to give myself deliverables.
Which is disciplined.
That discipline is key. I know so many people who decided to become writers because they are lazy. They didn't want to go and do other things and they thought they could just get away with it. So they come into this world of creative writing and they slack. You know, guys who write one book in 6 years, you know, they write 3 poems and they recite 3 poems for 5 years. And you're wondering, where is your effort going? And you're still wondering why creatives are broke. You know, we need to put ourselves to that question and ask ourselves, what are we doing to make sure that we produce more and more and more and more and more and more and more? Because it is in producing this lot, this a lot, that we can get the best out of our generation. Wow. If you know, even when we say these are, you see, even when we say these are our talents, yeah, it should not be an excuse for us to avoid the hard work. Yeah. You know, we keep saying that, you know, writing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. You see, in fact, we write more, we find ourselves writing more when we are less inspired than when we are inspired. Right. If you're going to wait for inspiration to hit you to write, you're not a writer. You are a waiter. Writers write. Like lawyers, and engineers, engine things, doctors. We writers write. Whether you like it or not, whether you're unwell or not, whether you're broke or not, it's what you do. So the most important thing is to come up with a routine that's going to make sure that you keep producing. You keep, the Irish people say, here in Uganda we say you are as broke as a poet. Yes. The Irish say you are, in Uganda we say you're broke you're as poor as a church mouse. As church mouse, yes. The Irish say you're as poor as a poet. So, unless we want to keep in that vicious cycle of poverty, of writers or artists always complaining to some government to Yambe, if we want to break that cycle, we have to also break our cycle of indolence. Yes. We have to be prolific. We have to come up with routines that push us to keep producing more and more and more and more, because that's what our economy needs.
Wow. Peter, hold it right there. We're going to go for a break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Peter Kagai, who is a poet and he is a writer, a lawyer. I think I love what he's saying, that if you're a writer, if you continue to sit and don't write and wait for inspirations to write, you are a waiter. That's the line for the day today. Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion...
I want to know from you, you know, and of course somebody who's watching this show either from here or a child watching in Myanmar or wherever they're watching, or in Congo where we're watched very much, would want to know, if I don't have the money and I have the passion and I have the zeal and I have the drive, but money is also needed to start it, how do I start? Where do I go? At least for you, your father gave you 300,000 to go and do a course. We don't know whether you spent the whole school fees or you only spent 1 month, took part of the school fees. What happened? How did you start, you know, your fashion? Did you get money from somewhere? How should one start if I want to start? And I was like Kasozi.
I think we should try to be close to people who love what we do, basically. Yeah. Because even me, I managed to skip from that low level to another level because I had networks. Yes. Just me and Mia meeting Gloria Wavamuno changed my mind. Because I used to be in Muyayona Street. So someone introduced me to Gloria Wavamuno, that I'm good, me I didn't know. Then, yeah, I lost my phone like over 2 months. Yes. So surprisingly, I got a text from Gloria. Customers have been looking for you over the last 3 months. Then my mind was like, the daughter of a tycoon is looking for me. I was even moving on Loom Street. Yes. So that changed my mind and started respecting myself a bit. Like, somehow I'm important. If someone important
is looking for me,
that's opened my mind and start to know that I need to be serious, have a skill, have a business, and also work more with my fashion, because by then I was still an amateur. Yeah. So I never had money to go to buy books, and no designer could invite me, So I got to know basically all the knowledge through Aristotle, but I couldn't afford any book. I could go open, and feed the mind. I move out, I make notes before I forget. You get?
Yes.
Yeah.
We sit in the darkest corner of my vast mind. Rhymes, metaphors, and I. A friendship for 15 years and a million demons we share. Our fate is just another day in prison. Another failed attempt to escape this compulsion. Compelling my resistance to this attraction of paper and pen. The urge to pick up this ink and stain this white is overwhelming. An agonizing ecstasy. My mind brimming and bursting at the seams with words and sentences. Drowning me, choking me with desire to write. So dark, so painful, so sweet, allowing me no peace until these words are allowed to flow from the gooey matter of my brain. Through my veins, out of my fingers, into this pen, through the ink with which I jot this down. In this moment, I realize I've become a prisoner of my talent. Yes, I say talent not with vanity, I say talent because in days such as this, it ceases to be a privilege. It turns into a jail cell I've tried to break from, but each time I attempt an escape, I fall right back harder. Now I realize this was never my decision to make or to change. I am part of a separate entity of spirits who live by the pen. We teach, we correct, we rearrange, we give thoughts, opinions, and ideas wings with which to fly. And so, at a time like this, when these emotions are running high and screaming for release and my entire being feels like was created for this, I know that this is not a gift. This is an obligation.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Mr. Peter Kagai, who is a poet, a writer, a theater writer, and a drama writer. That's the man in the studio today on Creative Industry Talk. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to just remind everyone out there that we're live on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Go there, share it far and wide. And I want to take a moment, Peter, to just read a couple of questions coming in from people in the diaspora here. I'll start with one person in Germany. Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing my OB to the show. That guy, I was with him in school, and the story he's talked about is true. He's always been a bookwormer. Not little wonder he's ended up as a writer.
OB, what's up? Good to hear from you.
Yes, and another one here says, I got another lady here called Susan, all the way in the US. I stayed up the moment I watched, and I read that Peter was coming onto the program. Thank you very much. Busoga, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
And of course, I want to read 2 or 3 more questions. There's somebody in London says, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing Mr. Peter Kagai on the show. I'm a writer, and I wish we could amplify what Peter just said before we went for a break. We writers are always lazy. Those who say they are writers and cannot write constantly or cannot even write 3 or 4 pages daily are not writers. A writer worth their salt must always write at least 3 poems a day, and if you are writing a book, you must not go more than 2 years without writing a book. In a year, you should have written at least 2 books, even if you have not published. Wow.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
We got some writers out there who are coming. This one is coming from the British Council in Kampala. My name is Susan. I work with British Council in Kampala. Thank you very much. I know that guy. He's a great, talented guy. We've worked with him before. Shout out to Peter Ngovi. The words, man, if you're not a writer, if you're waiting for inspiration, you're a waiter. I don't want to be a waiter anymore. Well, Peter, I guess we got some love coming out from people there. You know, share your kisses and dishes coming to us. We want to hear it. I've got a very strange Ugandan sending a message from Denmark, one of the universities there. I live and work in Denmark, and of course, I'm a Ugandan, but thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. I love what you're saying. I think if we continue to amplify our voice to say, instead of waiting for government to yambe, creatives should always hold their power back. That's what Peter is saying. A creative mind is a mind that is bigger than a politician. Politicians are not creative. They use the creatives to move forward. What Peter is saying is true. So why then are we waiting for these guys to tell us what to do? Yet we should be telling them what to do. In our writing, you can write a poem, you can write a story to address your member of parliament or your LC or whoever you want, or the leader in your society, and they will listen to you because people will always relate to what you are saying, which they usually don't pay attention to. Thank you very much, Creative Industry Talk, for bringing such great, interesting minds to the show. Peter, over to you. I think you can see that a lot of people were reaching out, are talking about the same thing, making this possible and allowing this opportunity to come to people. I want to take you to your next question as we hasten to the close of the show. Peter, what would you say is your interesting writing quirk?
What quirk?
Yes.
Oh, what do you mean quirk? If you don't mind me asking.
The word quirk is Quirk. Ah. Yes, the one that you poets likes to use the most.
Quirk.
Yes. What is your most interesting, you know, what I would say, the most interesting writing time of the day?
I'll break it down that way, yes. Okay, I write anytime.
Okay.
The point is, when do I edit?
That's where you've got the quirk, yes.
My quirk is at 3 a.m.
Okay.
I believe in the night, I believe in the quietness, when the dog feels like the world is fast asleep, and you know, when silence speaks to you. Yeah. But for me, the effort in writing, actually, the great work in writing is not in the writing itself. It is in the polishing of the writing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can even write a poem right now, off air. I can think of lines. But now the whole idea of now, you know, interrogating the thoughts, you know, developing the patterns you want it to have, you know, thinking of, you know, the listening audience, all those, 3 a.m.
Wow. And my next question is, how do books get published? This is a question that came in from somebody. A viewer wrote and said, can you ask him, how do books of poets get published?
Let me just break down. Okay, two ways. There is self-publishing, and then there is traditional publishing. Self-publishing is where the writer wants to do it themselves. You want to be in control of the production process from the word get-go up to the end point. So from the word get-go, I mean from preparing the manuscript to printing the book at the end of it all. So, but the processes are simple. So you develop a manuscript. Now, according to Makerere University, and I'm giving a standard that at least is that can be publicly interrogated.
Yes.
According to Makerere University, your manuscript should have about 30 poems. At least 30 poems. Then after that, you take the work to an editor. And then that editor is the person who helps you to polish it up to make sure that it is legible and it is worthy being consumed by readers. Then after that, the manuscript is forwarded to the designers, the layout designers and cover and designers and illustrators if you wanted to have some pictures. Then you have to go to the Uganda Society Library to get the international standard book number. It is only 30,000 shillings. It is that barcode that each book should have, so that it can be internationally sold in all public places and be catalogued in all libraries. Then after that, the book goes to printing. You have to find the appropriate printers for you. And of course, there are the proofreaders that you also have to hire. Then after the book has been printed, now the book has to be sold to the market. So now thinking about now distributing the book and making and giving it visibility. And that's it. Now that is a process that you can do as an individual. You can hire people to give you those services. You can even have your own logo that you'd want to attach to your books. There is that. The second process is where you find a publisher who does this work on a daily, and what you do is you sell them your manuscript, or you come up with a legal arrangement where you become co-owners of the copyright in that work.
Wow. Peter, there's a book up there called The God Prayers.
Yes.
Can you take us through the God Prayers and actually give us one of the poem in that book?
So The God Prayers is a poetry collection written by Ita Patience Mbeki. Mbeki she's now a PhD student at Makerere Institute of Social Research. But by the time we published it, she was a teacher at King's College Budo. So what we were doing then was promoting literature among young people by encouraging their teachers to also write.
Wow.
Because the idea was, if the students see their teachers publishing, then they would also want to they'll be more confident to also think of taking on publishing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have all the poems in that book offhand, but I can tell you about a poem there that I like.
Yes.
There is a poem in there that I like that is called of absentee wives and mothering housemaids, where she is an author. She is a woman who is talking about, why I like this poem, she's talking about how the modern day woman today has abandoned her domestic responsibilities to the house help. You know? And so and you see how house helps become wives and mothers in their homes, where they're replacing the role of actually the wife, because the wife has also become a man. So I really liked that poem in that book.
And in the next book, which you have out there, I mean, if you just put that book up quickly, Ungodly Hour. What do you mean by Ungodly Hour? And what is this? This is a Kitara Nation Poetry Series 4.
Yes, now, Ungodly Hour, this is a collection of poems by students from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga. Like I said, this project that we're running of publishing these books was about promoting the culture of publishing. There is literature taught in schools, but the culture of publishing is not there. So for us, we wanted to make books cool. We wanted to make publishing cool. So this is a book that we published from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga, and Ungodly Hour is one of the poems in there. And the poem itself, as you can see the cover, it is an hourglass, and there seems to be a lost soul that is drowning. And in that poem, these teenagers are talking about the things that they do at home at night when their parents are asleep. You know, so the book talks about the drugs that they take, you know, the nightlife that they have that their parents do not know, and
because they are soul searching.
Yes, because they are soul searching. It's talking about this darkness that they grow up with, that their parents don't ever get to see, because when their parents see them, they are seeing them going to church and they think these are holy people. Yet ultimately they have these demons that they are fighting, and they come out at night. They come out at that ungodly hours.
Wow. Let's talk about the poetry bungalow.
Now, these are students of Seta High School, Mukono. And again, from the same idea, promote the culture of publishing among young people, give them the confidence to know that your words are valuable, that they are worthy of being published in a book and read and taught and loved by others. So Poetry Bungalow was that project that we did at Seta High. And for them now, what we found interesting about these poems is now Poetry Bungalow is this is a mixed school. So the poems that we have in here talk about the artificial relationships that students develop in mixed schools, where, you know, the school tells you you should not mix with boys. it's a mixed school, but boys sit the other side, girls sit this side.
We went through it in a Seventh-day Adventist school. Very strict. No, there's always a line drawn in between here, boys.
Yes.
You cross, you get enough stroke. Continue.
Yes, I'm telling you. And this book actually interrogates that culture.
Okay.
So there are these poems that talk about how students live in plastic atmospheres where they are always competing with each other, comparing each other's flaws, and not willing to help each other grow. And yet they're living in an environment that is not allowing them to express themselves
That's the
honestly.
poetry bungalow.
That's the poetry bungalow.
Wow. Well, if you're joining us, it's a Creative Industry Talk. We're talking to Mr. Peter Kagai Ngobi, who is a poet, a theater poet, a drummer, a lawyer, and is the man who is the publisher's world. He is the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Kitara Nation, right? And you can see the work of Kitara Nation right out there, showing far and wide. Peter, I want to ask a question coming from the viewer up here that says, thank you very much, Peter, for that answer on the publishing. That's really good. I wish we could have people talk more about this for young writers like some of us. I didn't even know that you have to go through this. It looks so very elaborate, but thank you. My question goes to Peter. Where do you get your information or ideas for your books, Peter?
Where do
the viewer is asking, where do you get your, where do you get your information or ideas for? I guess she's saying, how do you develop your ideas? So I know we talked about it, but you could throw more light on it again.
Everything comes from research. Research and reading. And probably this is what they mean. The process of, when I write a poem, I'm not thinking about writing. Okay, the process of compiling a book is not the same process of compiling a poem.
Yes.
When I'm compiling a book, I am getting a collective of my thoughts I have gathered over time, and I want you to know me through my poems I have written. So that means that first thing that I have to consider is what are my interests? What are the things that speak to me when I'm writing? Because when you want people to know you, you want them to know you about the things that are personal to you. So that's the first thing you consider. Second thing you consider is who is going to read? In what language do they speak? In what language do you write? So I am a Musoga, but right now I mostly write in English language. So when I'm putting my books together, I know that I am targeting English language readers. Where do I find them? How do I find them? How do I market to them? So you think about, for me, most importantly, a book, even a poetry book, it is a storybook. Any book you put together, why they call that book a page turner is because whatever you put on that page is going to encourage that person to open the other page, to go deeper and deeper. So you have to be careful on what you put on the first page, the second page, the third, the fourth, because it must be connected from the first cover to the next
cover. Eddie, thank you very much. Just before you end the show, can you please ask Peter, when did he first publish his first book and how old were you?
No, I first published when I was, I first published when I was 29. My first book, the headline that morning. It was the first book myself published. But before that, my friends in the Lantern Meet had published. I'm a late bloomer.
Daniel
Nuamanya.
Yes, Daniel Mutembesa.
Yes, they are. Wonderful. That generation.
I have been around that circle.
Yes, surprised. I'm surprised. So our first book was in 2012. And by that time, I was already out of campus. It was called Broken Voices of the Revolution. Now, the first book I worked on with my own hands was in 2013. It was for my students at Nabisunsa Girls School. They were in S4, and we published for them a book.
And then I have a last question here, which is coming and saying that, what do you like to do when you are not writing, Peter?
When I'm not writing, what do I like to do? What do I like to do? Anyway,
we know you're already not practicing law when you're not writing.
When I'm not writing, I am reading. If I'm not reading, I am watching. I am blessed to be a publisher. So either I'm reading other people's works, or I am scouting for talent. So I'm going through social media looking for writers to publish. My work is, honestly speaking, I am a writer. I
Yes.
do 99% of my life. I'm either writing or reading.
Yes, and as we hasten into the close, before we take, you know, the next steps of question about, you know, being on stage and performing on stage, Peter, what does one, or rather, what was one of the most, you know, surprising thing that you learned in creating your books, or, you know, creating books for others, or writing books for others? What's the surprising thing that you can talk about as a publisher, as a writer, as a poet? Yes,
those ones are many.
Remember, we are talking about defining and distinguishing
I think
the poet, the prose, and the drama in it.
I think, okay, there are quite a number of surprising things.
Yes.
One is, don't ever expect your friends to support you.
Yes.
I think the biggest mistake you can ever make as a writer is to listen to people tell you, hey, you publish, we shall buy. Wait, me, I'll buy 100 books.
Yes.
Me, I'll buy 10.
Yes.
And then you bring the book, and then that's when they remember,
Yeah.
I have bills to pay. I think for me, the biggest lesson I have learned in publishing is ultimately, if you want to make this a career, and you want it to be a success, avoid marketing to friends and family.
Okay.
Because you first and foremost will avoid disappointment, and that disappointment that brings disillusionment.
Yes, yes.
So when you're target strangers. We see how you go to a show and you don't expect to see only family and friends.
Yeah.
The people that turn up are the people that matter. Yeah. So for me, because all over time I've been producing books and wanting my friends, but your friends are your friends not because, you know, your friends like you because of you.
Yeah.
Not because you are a writer. So when you try to force your passion on them, it might even distance them. You know, I mean, I have siblings who have never read my books. You know, and we meet every day, but reading is not their thing. So if I become emotional and I'm like, yo, Enoch, you're my kid bro, you're not even buying my book, then I'm actually killing off a market and giving off a wrong vibe. But if I target the reader, who is a stranger, but that person who loves reading, then that person is always even going to help me grow my business, because they're going to market me to other readers. So I learned that very fast. Avoid the obvious. Avoid thinking that your friends will support you, your family will support. They love you as you, not because of you. In fact, they don't even understand your art things. So look for the people that art. And for me, by the way, this is very important, because most of us get frustrated when we don't see our friends supporting our hustle. It is not that they don't want to support us. These things are not for them. They also have their own passions. So I learned that. Secondly,
third, actually.
Money. I want to talk about money.
Yes, third is the money, yes.
Whether you like it or not, you will not escape the question of resources.
Yeah.
And you must have answers.
And you can't produce all these things without resources.
You must have, no, look, unless you're going to wait for manna and quail to drop from heaven, but you must provide the answer to that. No one else is going to.
Yeah.
Don't think that there is someone with a basket of money waiting to just dish it to you. So you have to lobby. You have to know who to talk to in the industry. You have to know why it's important to start companies, why it's important to, to have a tax identification number, why it is important for you to know where to get the Uganda registration services, the Euro holograms. You need to know the business. You need to know the industry, so that way you can know who to go to when you need that particular kind of help. Without that, you'll keep on writing in the dark, and that's why your writing will stay.
Talking of that, Peter, we are coming to that part of the show that is really very interesting, and I love what you have said, that the three things I picked from you. Number one, you must love what you're doing. Number two, you must not force your friends to love what you're doing. Target those who you know are going to buy. Know your readers.
Yes.
And if you know that these are the readers, these readers, when they pick, they will pick and give it to another reader, and they will recommend, and that will be number three. You talk about money being key. You are not going to write these things for no money, and if you don't have the money, you cannot produce this. And if it is not sellable, then your friends won't buy it, however good you are. Because Sylvester told us here, look into your phone numbers. We had Sylvester Kabombo here last week, and he talks about if you look into your phone book and you don't find 50 people who can buy your ticket to come to the concert, then you are expecting the festival people to bring you in or the promoter to bring you in, yet you yourself can't have 100 people. That from them. That's a big lesson we're picking from there. It's all about resources, because the artists have struggled and have failed. Peter, as we close the show, let's talk about your first time on stage in Kampala. You have been working with Bayimba and doing some stuff with Bayimba and training with Bayimba. You know, we talk about the schools. But let's talk about what opportunity did Bayimba actually present to you? And when we talk about Bayimba as the foundation, and you said the first time you performed there, what was the experience like? Take us through, and what have you been doing to try and leave your legacy in that space?
Yo, Bayimba changed my life. Literally, it changed my life. And Bayimba, I'd always known about Bayimba for a while, and Bayimba had known about me as well. I was part of a poetry group called the Lantern Meet of Poets. And so between 2010 and 2014, Bayimba used to feature us at the various festivals. In 2014, I went solo. And I started, and I was still at Nabisusa at the time, and wanted to do a poetry festival. And I reached out to Bayimba for help. And Bayimba told me, you know, Peter, one day we shall help you. Maybe you're not in the position to do so. Then in 2016, I'd started Kitara Nation. And this is after I spoke directly to Faizo Chiwewa. I was young then. I was just from law school. I wanted to figure out this thing. And he tells me, Peter, you know what? If you want to figure this industry, we need structures. You know, as poets, you need to create organization. You need to create structures which can also other organizations can interact with. So my friends and I started Kitara Nation. And through Kitara Nation, Bayimba managed to link us to Africalia, and that's how we got our first grant that we used between 2017, actually up to 2020 to 2021, to promote poetry programs in schools. And then between that time, between 2016 and 2021 also, we had an opportunity to present, to make theater poetry productions at the various Bayimba Festival editions. So it was not even no longer just one call. Now it was contractual. Every year, Kitara Nation had to create a theater poetry product to be showcased at the Bayimba Festival. And this
is what we're seeing here on stage.
Yes, and those are the young poets that we worked with from schools, and now they are at the festival. In fact, in one of the slides, you will see my mother on stage with us.
Wow.
Because we also said, no, it's not enough for us to just be working together. Let us invite our parents to come through as well. So for me, the first thing that Bayimba, as I said, for me, as an artist individually, it helped me recognize the importance of structures, the importance of coming together as with young poets, for us to be able to create companies that will help us deal with other organizations. Secondly, Bayimba gave us the platform to showcase our various talents.
So was this also still at Bayimba?
Yes, that's still at Bayimba. The poet with a cape is a poet we found from Busoga College, Mwiri. And you can see there is a guitarist just behind him playing. So for us, we believe in song poetry, so merging music and poetry. And here he was we were doing a theater. This is actually Arrest the Poem. We were doing it at Lunkulu Festival. Next to him is Luz the Poet. At the time, he had dropped out of school and he had nothing to do. And so he felt he wanted to be a poet, and he didn't have to go through the challenges some of us had to go through. And he came to join us. Next to him is Don Wanyama. Don Wanyama was the head prefect at Busoga College, Mwiri, that year. And him with the gentleman with the cape at the back. They are the people who took school poetry to Busoga, you know, after this project. Next to them, you don't see the face, the guy with the kanga. He's called Nifrod Odot. For him, he was a poet from Namilyango College. So after this project, he also went back to Namilyango College and started a poetry club. So this is how the project has been running. And now that is the legend himself, Daniel Omara. Daniel Omara started, he was at St. Mary's College, Chisubi at that time. He started over 5 poetry schools before he went to Russia to study medicine and also start a poetry club at his university there.
Wow.
So these are the young people that we've been working with, and through Bayimba, we have been able to give them a platform to, first and foremost, see that they are talented, and that secondly, their words can give them monetary value, because some of them are now doing this as a career.
Wow. When you talk about this, what would be your best advice to a young poet out there as we close the show? What kind of platform do they look for? Where do we find you? How does one interact with you? And how do we connect with you at Kitara? What's the best advice you can give us today that when we go and think through it with this COVID-19 pandemic situation and endemic situation that we're in, and the confusion surrounding COVID-19, the uncertainty that lies ahead of us, how does an artist, a poet, stand out tomorrow to say, yes, I can continue to move with this hope and it is possible? And how do I get my work to the hands of people who may not know I exist? Like the same way you got to Faizo, how would we get there and Baimba? Yeah.
Thank you. For me, the advice I would give to any young poet out there is the advice that I wish somebody gave me. In fact, someone gave me and I rejected it. Learn your craft. Professionalize early. Learn how to professionalize early. It doesn't matter whether you're 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. Learn how to be a professional writer. How do professionals behave? Who do they know? Secondly, invest in knowing the people in your industry. You might be shy. Some of us choose to write because we are shy. We don't know how to express ourselves. And now here I am telling you, go out there and be confident. Be deliberate about growing your reputation and growing your profile as a writer. And that includes talking to people or reaching out to people or researching about people who will help you improve on your profile. But even that is something that you don't just wake up one day and know how to do. Go to the University of YouTube. Learn. Teach, self-educate yourself about marketing, about creative writing. Know the best-selling books out there right now. Know the trends. Know your industry. Know the people. Know the people, because knowledge is the only resource that you have right now that will make you that dream. Every time you put that pillow down and you imagine yourself being as even bigger than Shakespeare or being bigger than Okot Pabitek, that thing that's going to push you is in the ability to be able to let people see your talent, to be able to argue and demonstrate your talent to everyone else. And it won't come from you just writing and putting your poems back in your book and then hiding them in your pillow. You have to be at the forefront of your career.
Finally, Peter, 2021 is coming to a close. We're going into a new year. You've been collaborating with Baimba Foundation. What plans do we have, in the days ahead, if any, and you want to share with us? I see a message here flashing from the messenger. Too many messages, over 500 on messenger. I can't read all the messages on messenger, but thank you very much, everybody. But this one saying that, how do I get into the program with Baimba that Peter is talking about? He's a poet, he's a drummer himself. He says he's a drummer artist. I don't know what that means. He's an actor. But want to know, how do they get, and is there any program for them in days ahead? Could you share some more light as we close?
All right. If you're interested in publishing poetry, for example, you can reach us. You can reach out to Kitara Nation. We have a website, our social media spaces. It's all Kitara Nation. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Our email is kitaranation.uganda@gmail.com. Reach out. Let's start a conversation. Yeah. Now, if you're interested in learning how to perform and how to write and how to perform, it's the same way. You can reach us. You can reach out to us on our various media platforms, and we shall be able to help you. Now, for those of you who have programs or projects that you want to run and you want to reach out to Baimba, you can go through their social. The beauty about the social media these days is that it has made it easier, to access some people where previously you know, you have to write a letter or you have to write an email. These days, just a messenger message is enough to get you, you know, through that door. Yes, and now for those ones who would want to know more about writing and maybe marketing books, publishing, come and we talk. Reach out to us. We have a number of programs that we are running for poets. We have Verse in Vac. We have the Kitara Nation Poets poetry program that we also run, where we train ourselves and we train young people in theater poetry. Next year, if all goes well, we also
this is next year, 2022.
Yeah, 2022.
Yeah.
We are bringing back the culture of poetry recitals if the government allows us to have public performances again. So we are coming up with a weekly poetry show in Kampala, and anyone, as long as you love performing poetry, you can come up with your poem and perform, you know. And again, if you have a manuscript and you want to publish, we are your guys. Just come and we talk.
Thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. And first, I want to put a topic up there and just to remind everyone, you know, that we've been talking about defining and distinguishing poetry, prose, and drama in Uganda and across borders. When we say in Uganda and across border, locally here in Uganda, within the boundaries of Uganda, do we have, is it distinguished, defined? Is poetry clear? Do we see the prose when people perform? Do we understand what it means? That's what Peter has been sharing on the show today. And then, of course, we have been talking to Peter Kagai, who is the co-founder of Kitara Nation. Kitara Nation is one of the publishing house, and Peter himself is the publisher. He's a writer, he's a poet, he's a drummer, he's a theater writer. So if you have projects for him, please reach out to him. And we'd like to say thank you very much to everyone. We would like to say, Peter, that it's been really great, you know, having you on the program today. And I want you to take this moment and close the show with a beautiful poem from Peter that closes. A piece from the Kitara Nation.
Wow. Freedom. Freedom is the music of voices stretched in our throats, reaching out to our hearts since our voices were once ghosts. Freedom is the music of voices remembering the ones we have lost in fright and in fear. Freedom is knowing in the morning you can open your heart's window and let the sun in. Freedom is knowing why a caged bird sings. Freedom. Freedom. That's me.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the show today. We want to say beautiful day. Stay in freedom, and please, freedom is opening up your heart very hard in the morning and let the sun in. Until then, Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. Edio Killer and Peter Kagai Ngobi signing out.
Wonders and circumstances, suspense pains, happiness with it, and he's with scandal. All in silence, silence, a shell, shocked, rattle. Leave the broom in the corner of the room. And when the shadow is behind your heels and the moon is full, go to the well and you will find a black stone. Pick it up. Pick it up. Move and don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
Also, in terms of access to justice, it was much later on that lawyers were considered essential workers.
So with all the swag that lawyers have,
with all of it,
at a certain point, border riders were more important than...
Yes, yes. So where there were violations, people were not able to access the services of a lawyer for advice, or even if you want to take on the matter through litigation, it was hard, because then how do you give instructions to your lawyer if your lawyer is unable to move?
You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we're privileged to host Ms. Rebecca Tayo, the legal officer at Land Uganda, who's helping us discuss the impacts of COVID-19 on land rights in Uganda and even across the world, recognizing the fact that the pandemic has really hit the country hard and affected so many of the rights of ordinary people in this country. So, Rebecca, we're talking about land rights now and how it's been affected by COVID-19. And you know that for us to have this conversation, then we need to position it from the angle of the obligation that exists on human rights, and maybe specifically land rights in this context. So I thought we could start the conversation by highlighting what are those things that the state, the government of Uganda should do to protect land rights, and more so in difficult times like this.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan. The state has the obligation to fulfill, or there are basically three kinds of obligations that the state has. The obligation to respect, to fulfill, and to protect the human right to land. If we start with the obligation to respect the right to land, that means the government or the state should refrain from interfering indirectly or directly with the enjoyment of this right. This obligation includes things like refraining from participating in forced evictions, or promoting activities that destroy or arbitrarily deprive citizens of access to land or control over land. But even when it comes to things like compulsory acquisition of land, properly defining what amounts, or the concept of public purpose or public interest
it's a very
of land.
Controversial area.
So so as not to arbitrarily deprive citizens of that right to land, but also recognizing and respecting customary rights or ways and ownership ways of controlling and managing land, and commons of common properties within communities, because they have their particular uses that have been designated to them.
Through culture.
Exactly. Maybe sacred places of worship, grazing corridors. These may look like idle lands, and yet in fact they are commons that are used by these communities for a specific purpose. When it comes to the right to protect, or the duty, to protect people's land rights, so it basically entails protecting people's ability to access, people's ability to use and to control land, and this calls for the state to be able to adopt necessary and effective legislative and policy frameworks that protect people's ability to use.
So in other words, you're saying a state should, put a law to stop
me from grabbing your land. Or
exactly.
something like that.
Or a law that facilitates you to use your land without unnecessary interferences from outside, but also restraining third parties who want to infringe on your rights to land or participate in forced evictions. Also ensuring that the rules and mechanisms that have been put in place governing access to land do not operate in a discriminatory manner. And in our case, for example, favoring the elite or those with money or access or nearest to power, as opposed to those who are not, or men and women, because of cultural beliefs and patriarchy, things like that. When it comes to the obligation to fulfill the right to land, states are required to provide and facilitate secure and sustainable access to land. So, for example, in certain countries, they've implemented agrarian reform such that the landless are able to access land.
Some pieces.
Yes, so some pieces of land, so as to be able to sustain their livelihoods, have a source of income, access food, improve food security, but also the examples of refugees who come into the country and are landless.
And you always complain that they are favored by the government.
Yes. So the government has an obligation to fulfill that human right by providing land for them so that they can be able to grow food, derive some form of livelihood from there, also establish a form of housing or shelter on that particular piece of land. So that is government's obligation to fulfill. But also government has the obligation, or the state has the obligation to eliminate all forms of discrimination when it comes to access, use and control of land, and where it actually identifies particular groups that have been marginalized when it comes to that, it has the duty to eliminate or rectify those particular instances. And we've seen that in our case, it's being done, we're trying to do it through reform of the succession law, but also Article 21 of our Constitution that provides for freedom from discrimination. Yeah.
And it's a good recap of really what the state needs to do. But then we're discussing this in the context where we are dealing with a global pandemic, and government was sort of forced to put in place some difficult measures. Could you sort of run us through some of the measures that government put in place? One, to curb the spread of the COVID virus, but at the same time then you could give us your insights on how those measures actually affected land rights in Uganda.
Thank you once again, Jonathan. I think some of the measures, if I may recall correctly, were in the first wave, we had a total lockdown. Total lockdown of the country, not just inter-district travel and whatnot, but we were supposed to stay home, and only essential workers were identified and given stickers to be able to move around and do their work. So that essentially means that a number of government offices, including those that deal with land management and administration, were equally locked. Courts of law were not accessible, except I think for certain criminal matters, and there were also SOPs, standard operating procedures that were put in place. So there was a requirement for social distancing. The number of people who could be within a courtroom or convene in one place was restricted. Movement was restricted. You could not move without authorization. So access also was a problem. How did these particular measures affect land rights? I think in terms of land administration, people were not able to access the services of these structures.
Yes, district land offices.
District land offices, ministerial zonal offices were all locked or partially locked. So that means transactions were put to a halt. But even people that were looking for some form of redress where violations had happened could not access these particular offices. Then in terms of security of tenure, we saw an increase in wanton evictions. Every other day in the news we saw
the story of
of people had been evicted from land, and these were mainly legal evictions because some of them they were not backed by a court order, or where they were backed by a court order, the Chief Justice's directives were not followed to the latter, so they were legal in a sense. Then we also saw that women were disproportionately affected when it still came to security of tenure, because the numbers indicate that more men died as compared to women. And stressing back to patriarchy and culture, women tend to derive their security of tenure on land through a male figure in their family. So that could be a father, that could be a brother, that could be a husband. So when especially women were disinherited, widows, when husbands passed on, they were easily disinherited by their families and chased out of their land.
That sounds like, a controversial position.
Fast stretch.
Yeah, but I mean, it's reality. Men died, so women died. And viewers, I think this is an important point for us to go for a break so that we're able to recap on some of the effects of this virus on land rights. So let's go for a short break. We'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're joined by Ms. Rebecca Tayo from Lanet, Uganda, to discuss the implications of COVID-19 on land rights in the country. Rebecca, welcome from the break.
Thank you.
Before we broke off, you were still explaining the implications of the coronavirus, especially you analyzing the measures by government and how this has affected land rights in the country. Perhaps you could carry on from there.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think in addition to what we mentioned earlier, people's livelihoods were affected. A number of Ugandans depend on agriculture as a source of livelihood and a source of income. So because they were unable during that period, because of movement was restricted, so they were not able to access markets. Markets were closed. I think even weekly and seasonal markets in districts were all shut down. So they were not able to sell their produce. So even prices, during that period, we saw that prices of food products or food commodities really dunked and was really low.
Matoke was being sold at 5,000, I think, for a cluster.
A tray of eggs was, I think, it was at its lowest. But also in terms of inputs, it was hard for farmers to access inputs, agricultural inputs, because these were equally closed. So they could not access pesticides, hose and whatnot, even though they were eventually opened up as a form of essential services. There were still movement issues made it hard for them to access this particular service. Then in terms of encroachment of land, so many complaints were coming in that people's land had been encroached on, especially where you have absentee landlords, I would say. You live quite a distance from your piece of